Hey there, it's day or stream 177. I'm a little bit delayed because this guy wanted in right when I was going to start. So say hello. We'll start off the stream with the kitty. Kitty. How are you guys doing? Hey there, Nui. Hey there, Raleigh Monkey. Creature, exactly. Beast. Beast. Where's my cursor? Beast. Hey there, Develop It. So today, like I said in my Discord, it's going to be a pretty big challenge. I don't know if I'll get this done today or if it'll continue tomorrow, but the objective today is to add an entity component system that lets players control their avatars and move them around. So I have here listed the entities, components, and systems I'm going to try to make, and then sort of a definition of what it means to me, what an entity component system means to me. So depending on the game engine or platform or game, sometimes what an entity component system means is slightly different. So there's, not that I could find, there's no one true definition. So this is just what I prefer, what helped me, what seemed to work out in my mock-up prototype, which I'm going to link there. And that is to have entities be just ID numbers. Components have all the data, including the entity's ID, and systems be just logic and node data. And they look up components of the ID of the entities that they initially loop through. So, hey there, said who? So I should actually start off the stream by logging into the game. And oh shoot, I forgot to make a command for this. Let me go and do that. I forgot. Let me open I'm opening another window off stream. Then go into my stream elements and add a command. And I'll open the game here. And let me just make a command for this real quick. What we're going to call it, online. And say, Remy's game, Albea Reina, is online now. And then there's a link. There we go. So should have one there. Most ECS systems, actually they hold state, so which thing holds state? The entities? I'm going to hold all the state in components and have the entity just be something that each component has, and if two components have the same entity ID, they are on the same entity. Oh, the system can have data. It worked pretty well in my prototype not to have data in the system, but there's nothing that says you can't have it. So there might be some non-entity specific data, like the system might remember. Actually, that's not true. What I said before, that systems had no data. My systems did have data, some of them, and things like controlling how often the system actually ran. Let me show you that again. So I shouldn't say that the systems are completely data free. Some of them do have data. Where was it? Well, okay, not strictly persistent data, but for example, this tick is a piece of data, and it is counted. So we use it to say that, like, the AI system only runs every 5th tick. So you could argue that that is state. The tick count is state. So yeah, I guess I'm going to allow that to some extent. But I want to kind of try to put as much of the entities data, entity-specific data as possible in these components. Hey there, Clayman. Yeah. Gravity system can hold gravity, intensity, and direction. Yeah, actually for that set, I was thinking that gravity could be a property of the zone entity. So the room, the world that you're on, or the level that you're on, or the dungeon you're in, or the zone, basically, could have a component called gravity, and we could store the gravity, intensity, and direction there. And then you might even be able to use that to make, like, the gravity different for different rooms. So yeah, I'm thinking even things that you might consider global to the whole game, I could just have a singleton entity called Game World and attach components to that, right? Okay, Kitty's yelling at me again. I fed him. I let him go out. He does this every day now. Yeah, so that's what actually I'm going to try to do with the... hold on. I actually need to log in. Oh, and a couple people noticed that this actually opens up a file picker, which I apologize for. I think Ski Dog opened that up on his stream, and I'm like, oh, shoot, that's sort of accidental doxing. I'm going to try to hide that button at some point so you won't see it. And that's used just by me to authenticate it as an admin. And people have been pointing out that, yeah, if you drag just random files in there, it actually shows you admin controls. So it's sort of misleading that it's exposing stuff. It's not really. It's you can see what the admin would be able to see, like the skeleton of it, but there's no actual data exposure. So I'll show you if I drag just like a different file on here. It shows stuff, but all the data is missing. So I'm thinking one way to clean this up is to just not show that admin button unless I hit a key of some kind. So let me go ahead and log in. All right, and hey there, Captain Stupid. Hey, look, Captain Stupid. I have a game platform now. It's there. So I'm gonna go see if anyone has created an account. Actually, we did have a couple people create accounts. So let me vet the names off screen for a second. Okay, I guess we'll allow hello123. And then the other one is, let's see, Player 46 Dries Jans. Okay, cool. All right. Whoa, that accidentally minimized all my windows. I guess, yeah, if you wiggle a window around too much in Windows, it hides everything, doesn't it? Very disconcerting. Just getting my windows back. I wonder if there's a way to disable that. Yeah, I need to work on the ticket UI. It's horrendous right now, but today I'm not going to focus on the ticket UI, even though it's really bad. I'm going to focus on this area. So the objective today is that people will be able to appear as avatars in this scene, even though there's no background yet. We'll show them with maybe their name above their head, and if I'll probably start with just simple keyboard movement keys. If you move around, your avatar will move around on the screen. Cool background. Yeah, it's a picture from Hawaii. I like the picture because it's not white or black, and it's got texture, so it but not too much texture. Then again, I'm not a connoisseur of backgrounds. There are probably a lot better ones. Yeah, Cat wants like something now. Oh, actually, he wants someone to play with him. Anyone want to come over and play with the cat? He's over there, in the other room. Wants to play. Yeah, he likes to yell. Yells at me all the time for everything. All right, Kite, exactly. All right, so the entity component system doesn't exist, so I gotta add it. So I have down here some notes about how I envision that it's going to integrate into the game cluster. So the executor is going to be the one that adds and changes and removes components. And the coordinator is going to relay messages from systems to clients. So one of the most important systems is going to be the rendering system. It's going to send the client a message if the player's view of the world has changed. So on initial login, you'll get a download of all things that should be shown here. And then every time anyone moves, you'll get an update to show where whoever moved. And the movement system, so I'll probably do render first, and then just have render avatars at random locations, probably based on their player ID, so they're not on top of each other. And then the movement system will take player inputs from the player input component and update the character positions based on those inputs. So this will run regularly, like every I have to establish the period of the game tick, but it'll run regularly. And if your movement has cooled down and you're holding a direction key at the time, the movement system will move your character around. So the components are going to be, like I just mentioned, player input. So whenever you press a movement key or release a movement key, it will send a message to the back end, which will record the movement direction you want to take, and then position is going to hold where you are in this arbitrary scene we have. And the avatar component, I need to have that so that we can link entities to actual players. So each of these components is going to be a structure. Each of these systems is going to be at least a function. And I have my old prototype to fall back on if I want to see how I did this. Let me review that. So the components were just simple structures. Plain and simple. The only thing is they implement a component structure which has an entity ID. So what about the systems? I think I had them in game or components. I put the system somewhere. There's the Lua systems, but I also had the C++ systems. Oh, they might have been in a special branch. I don't want to do the Lua stuff today because it's a bit complicated. I'll start with C++ systems. Iron Glove back in, here we go. What kind of branches do I have here? Did I not have a branch for C++ systems? Oh, maybe they're in here just not being used? Or it might have been I just didn't make a branch for it. Let's see. I think I just needed to check out this as a branch here. But from before I did the Lua stuff, right? Because after this is all Lua, and then performance stuff. The Lua stuff's more complicated because I have to add Lua wrappers and Lua script execution. So that was a bit of work. I mean, looks like it took me at least a day when I did it back for the prototype. Looks like I worked all day on porting stuff to Lua, so I don't want to spend today on Lua. I want to just get something running quickly. Because I bet if I look at this, we'll see I'm removing systems. Yes, I'm removing old systems. Let me go back to one of these. Is that because I added? Why did I remove the hunger system there? Now I regret not saying why I removed it. Oh, I think I might have had a mixed system, a mixed set of systems for a while where I had Lua and C++ systems. Let me look. Systems. No? I just removed the hunger system for some reason. Let me make a branch here. So trait branch here for CPP systems. And then check that out. All right, so my C++ systems are here again. All right, so I had system. The only thing a system needed to do was implement a function called update. Makes me think I should just have a system be a function and not a class. And then systems had, what's this? Does this systems make a bunch of systems based off of yeah, see, this is constructing systems for a game based off of a WebSocket. Right, because some systems need access to the client. All right. And then one specific system. Let's look at the weapon system. The headers were all boilerplate, and the CPP was... So we need to have a way to get entities by type. Create an entity, kill an entity. Go to kill an... Kill entity was special. Oh, it deferred it to all components of the... All component types. So, okay. So, depending on the component type, there was a kill. That's system. Where is the Oh, no, that's a component type. Right. I remember having these macros. So there was a kill function. And right, there's a different kill function depending on the component type. I think this is mostly just a helper. And where are those components defined? Right here. Right, so we don't kill health components or hero components, because if we did that, we would remove the health, so it wouldn't show the health of 0 anymore. I remember that. And we don't, and tiles aren't killed, they're marked as destroyed for some reason. Oh, that's so that the render system can tell the client to remove a tile. Right, and then we had a way to clean up destroyed tiles later. Had that ban bug again? Yeah. Oh, you can't connect? Let me purge the bans. So that was under secrets, and then Python tools, bans, Primus ls. Oh, wait a minute. I don't want to show that. Oh, the config file changed. Hold on, let me fix that. I need to download the config file. Download. And actually, show in folder. Let me grab that. Hold on a second. My apologies for the delay. Yeah, I didn't want to show that on screen because it would show IP addresses. But fortunately, it did not show anything. Let me run it again. No one's banned right now, Nui. You can try again. If it was, I have a way to. The only IP address it's showing is of the server. It would have shown here, and then I could have done a purge. That purges all banned IP addresses. So yeah, until I fix that bug, that's what I'm gonna have to do. Just when people complain, I'll just purge the ban list. So yeah, let me know. Actually, we can see who's logged in. Rally Monkey's logged in. Did Nui actually successfully log in? Let's see. Nope. Not since yesterday. All right. Destroyed. Okay, so there's an entities destroyed. Oh, okay. So the render system kind of picked up and destroyed all the entities. We can't do that because the I guess we can, because the render system's gonna work with every client, right? Yeah, it's gonna collect information about for every player, depending on their location, then collect all the tiles around them, right? Yeah, so I'll do the same kind of thing. So let me leave that code up and let's establish an ECS. What's going to be the first thing I do? I guess I'm creating these components, and then I need to integrate them into the game so that they are persisted. So they will be something that is along with the configuration of players. So it gets put into snapshots, it gets written to by the executor, and the main program also needs to know about it, right? So here's the main program. So it had to know about players to deserialize the latest snapshot. Okay. I think I'm just going to add another class called components that's going to be somewhat similar to the components class I had in the prototype. So that looked like this. And it had the accessors the systems will use. I'll just have it hold on to all components, and then it's a convenient place for me to go and serialize everything. I'm not going to hard code these types though. I don't want to have to change the header for the components. So the rest of this stuff looks fine. Yeah, so let me establish a components class. Actually, can I just copy some of this stuff? Maybe? Actually, if these components are all simple structures, hey there, Kinkomatics. These are simple structures for these systems. Why I can just use JSON, right? Make it simpler. Yeah. Should one be able to access it currently? It shouldn't be able. It shouldn't do anything. You'll get to the same. You get the same panels, but you won't see any data because you won't have successfully authenticated. So I need to hide that. I don't have it hidden yet. So yeah, you'll see this button. If you try to use it, you'll get what looks like the admin screen, but none of the data will be there, and none of the controls will work. If you try these controls, none of them will work. I think the only thing that might sort of work is this download, but you'll end up getting an empty file. So what I'm probably going to do is just hide that, unless I'll probably have just some kind of key to that shows it, that just won't, no one will know about. Still can't connect to the server. Was interrupted while the page was loading? Weird. This is connecting to all three of them. Weird. Let me look at the backend log to see if something funny is going on. So hold on a second. Oh, yeah, authentication timeout again. I don't know why. Let's purge it. I'm looking at it says authentication timeout, but doesn't say why. I wonder if it's just a lag problem. What if I increase the authentication timeout by a bit? Let me see if that works. So I will grab this configuration again, and this time edit it. And let me do this. Can I do this in an off-screen window? No. Oh, I know what I did yesterday. I used like Notepad++ off screen. Yeah, here we go. So, authentication timeout. I have it set to 3 seconds. How about we set it to like 15 seconds? Okay, I changed it. Now I'm going to upload it back. There we go. So now it should be set to 15 seconds. Oh, someone just created a player. No messages anymore. Weird. So are you able to log in now? Hold on. A new player was created. I need to vet the name. It is Kenkamatics. Unmask. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. Who could that be? Yeah, exactly. So the timeout should be 15 seconds now, Nui. Hopefully that, if it's a lag issue, that would help, I think. Although it's strange, it's after the WebSocket's connected, it's like your client is not sending the token for some reason. The error message returned. That's weird. Maybe there's something weird with that port number. I have no idea. Strange problems. I guess I need to. We need to see if there's any more information. Oh, another new player. Hold on. Develop it. There we go. Oh, we have an issue reported by DryStance. Playing chat div with the chat logo is overlapping with the world panels. It is? Huh. It shouldn't, but let me look into that. Opera might be an issue. That's one of those browsers I didn't expect people would use. Be interesting to be able to send pictures. Yeah, I mean, there are a couple other ways. You can post it on Discord, or I could even set up a GitHub repo just for bug reports. I think Discord would work, if you don't mind. If you have a screenshot to show, you can just put it in Discord. All right. Or yeah, you could include a link. That's true. But it would be handy to have these issues be able to like attach a file or a screenshot. I don't want to get too deep into that because like you could use Discord for that, and then why am I recreating that? But then again, some people don't like Discord, so there's a trade-off. Okay, so for components, I think I'm going to keep it simple and make them JSON. That means I don't really strictly need header files for them. But I do need to establish this components class in the real game. So let me do that now. Let's establish some tests for it. Purge again? Let me list. Oh, there's nothing banned right now. There's nothing in the blacklist. It's empty. I'm thinking that there's a connection issue between you and the Amazon cloud. GitHub issues might be useful, yeah. So let's see what do I have anything now I can use in GitHub? It doesn't remember my login. Shoot. Hold on. All right. I guess I'll make one. What are we gonna call it? Omniarania. I just make it that, right? So let's say description. I can show this on screen, right? Yeah. The only thing it's doxing is my avatar image and my username, which everyone knows. Okay. I'll call this this repo is, well, can I remove that language and shorten it? Description. Report issues, or let's this holds public information about Omniarania, an online RPG issues may issues for the game may be reported here or in the game itself. Sure. No, I'll add one later. Okay, so there we have the link. Let me make a command for that. Stream elements, new command. What are we going to call this one? Issues. And we'll say game issues may be reported in game or in GitHub here. And I'll have the link. There we go. So now we have issues. Finally hacked my avatar, huh? There we go. We have GitHub issues. I could also use that for a wiki and for public files I want to distribute too, right? Hold on. I'm going to try to remember how to detach this. It was like close or kill, detach. Oh, but I would want to attach it again, so I don't want to do that. Never mind. I'll just leave it. Just leaving it. Check the URL with incognito. It should just work. Yeah, it works for me. Where's my incognito window? This one? Works for me. Should I add a README? I'm just being lazy. Or I could just have it linked to issues. Let me change the link to the issues. I'll do the README later. There we go. Okay. I'll add README later, I promise. Okay, let's make a new test file called components tests. Let's steal from another test framework here. Okay. I must have written this when Rally Monkey was sick. Right, so some basic, hold on a sec. Excuse me. Basic structure for a test setup. So that looks good to me. Let me add this to the make files. Empty this out and then build. Make sure it still builds. Iron Glove doesn't build. Oops. Oh, why wouldn't it build? Oh no, it built. Something else didn't build. Oh, the header file doesn't exist. Yeah, let's add it. Components. Okay, that's not what I wanted to say. I want that boilerplate. I do want it to be a game object. Let me just copy this whole thing. Yeah, all of this. Add it to the make file. Command. Hold on. Right here. And then components. This is the components component. Components component. Let me just rewrite this. This game object stores all data for all. Should I say first order or primary? Because there might be secondary game data, not in components. So say all primary. All primary data for all game entities. Do I need a delegate for change? I'll just go with the Yagni. Ain't gonna need it principle. Don't put it in unless I need it. So let's remove everything. It has to serialize though, it has to clone, and that's it. Alright, so new file components CPP. Just copy from something small that's already a game component. I guess metrics would be a good one. Near assets. Actually, it's after commands, right? This is slightly out of order, isn't it? Let's fix that. All right. Hey, which comes first, slash or dot? I don't know. Doesn't matter too much to me. Okay, I don't need this anonymous namespace at all. Okay, so this is stuff I remove down to the boilerplate, just a mutex. And I just need a constructor and the serialize functions and have them do nothing other than compile right now. So returning, I need to have it return something. How about just an empty object for now? Deserialize, have it pull out a serialization, do nothing with it. Clone, just do that, and then build. Thinking the first things I'll write are serialize, deserialize. Yeah. There's going to be a lot of these entity components, so I need to make them lightweight, fairly lightweight. So I'm going to try to keep the key names short. right, just keeping an eye on that. That. This is the incognito window. Yeah, so I can make 2 game clients here. I should start that up before I go much further. New window. All right. Let's do serialize, deserialize, and clone. All right, so serialize. Actually, let's wait on implementing these until I actually have other methods, because right now there's no way to populate the class with anything that would have anything in the serialization, would it? Or I could just keep it the way it should work now, and then just verify it works. So that would be just const auto serializations equals components serialize, and then that's the act. Assert there's one serialization, and actually, I can just fold these together. I just need to make the outer one a vector of JSON objects. Serializations. And this needed some extra syntax around it, didn't it? Yeah. No? Oh, that's value. There we go. And deserialize opposite, right? So act. Assert. Nothing to assert. There's nothing we can check. I can reserialize it, I guess. Yeah, why not? And then just put that in there. And clone, I don't know. There's not much we can test. There's nothing in one. I'll leave that to do. All right, show me my components tests. There we go. Day 1. You can't log into your account? 101 error. 101 is that it's continuing, right? So now 2 of you are having trouble. I show a login from develop it. Oh, but then you're logged in elsewhere. Are you logged in from 2 or more clients? It looked like you were logged in, and then you logged in with another window, and then that logged you out of the first one. But I think you're still logged into the second one. No, you're not. Not anymore. Oh yeah, you disconnected soon after. Oh yeah, the 101 switching protocols that's expected. That's when you log in. So let me show that with the local host, if that's running. Yeah. So when you log in, I need to make sure I'm showing the network tab. Oh, and I'm not running the back end. That would be important. Oh, yeah, that... There's a special thing I have to do when I'm using a self-signed certificate. This we don't need for the real game, but I need to do this once in a while. Okay. So yeah, you'll get a 101 switching protocols, but when you click on it, you should be able to see that there's messages over the WebSocket, including your login token, and you can see if it's logged in or not, or if there's an error. So 101 is good. What I'm seeing on the back end is that you were logged in through one window and you logged in through a second window that logged you out of the first one. Close the tab by accident, try to log in a different tab. I wonder when you close the tab by accident if it still keeps the connection up, depending on the browser you're using. Weird. Okay. I'm keeping a note of all these, but I need to collect more information about what's going on to have an idea what the problem might be. Firefox. Yeah, I can try Firefox too. New private window. So, I'm logged in through this Chrome window. I'll show you what happens if you log in through a different window. That's actually, I'm not logged in. All right, so logged in there, and then I'm gonna do the same thing. Password manager password. So it should log you out of the first one. It says connection to game lost. That happens when yeah, you log into a second window. So I don't let me try this now with a new tab and see what happens. I wonder if it has to do with the fact that there's shared local storage. That might be a bug. I'm not sure how to solve that. Yeah, it does the same thing. So if I here log in again, or did you do the remember me thing? I wonder if there's some weird interaction with that. Let me do the remember me thing. And now the same thing here. Oh, we get this. Okay, that's interesting. Is that what anyone's seeing? Maybe I think Nui or someone mentioned this yesterday. That shouldn't happen. I think it's because they're sharing local storage. Let me write this down to investigate later. So possible bug when using remember me and two separate tabs, logging into the second tab puts the first tab into a strange log out retry state. Now what does retry do here? Oh, now they're in a cycle. Looks like they're competing. The two tabs are competing. Let me close that first tab. Okay, that's a definite bug. If you try retry, and then it puts the two tabs into competition over which should stay logged in. I have to think about a way to detect that and prevent that from happening. So I guess for now, we have to be careful not to open it on more than one tab. And let me keep that. Oh no, this is my Firefox window, right? Yeah, I don't need that. Okay. Yeah, so I'll look into that at some point. It's definitely a problem. Too many bugs, you know? Yeah, I'm seeing definite competition on the back end over which client should which server should keep me logged in. All right. Let's add some components. So let's have a test. Let me look at the old components class. Create entity, create component of type. How do you communicate with the C++ backend? Oh, that's, I can show you that. It looks like this. It's a WebSocket. So it's like a web request, only it's using a special protocol called WebSockets. So when the server, it's like a web server, only instead of giving you a normal response with a HTML document, it says we're going to upgrade the connection to a WebSocket. And then if you're looking at it in Chrome, it's really cool because you can then switch to the protocol level it switches to, which is called WebSockets, where you have text messages or binary messages that go between the client and the server. So in the JavaScript, it's just a class called WebSocket that you can use to do this. And on the back end, I'm doing it in C++, so I wrote my own class that's based off of TCP sockets. So like the socket function and then connect, bind and connect and all that stuff. It talks that HTTP protocol to do this initial handshake, the get with the URL and then with the correct WebSocket key inversion. So there's an internet document, an RFC, that talks about how you're supposed to set up these special headers. So I implemented that on stream last year sometime. And so we add these special headers, and when it comes back to say it's been upgraded, then you have to talk the special protocol over that same TCP socket. The protocol's pretty light. These are called frames, and it's pretty convenient once you have that set up because either side can send a frame at any time. And they can be either text or binary. And if you pick something like JSON for the format, it's really cool because you can, and look at the localhost, right? I can show my token. You can see the breakdown of fields within the text message if the text message is JSON. So it's really neat for debugging. To imitate the JSON RPC stuff, I wouldn't use RPC. I would just WebSockets are really simple, and it's just a frame back and forth thing. RPC is another level on top of that, where the content of these messages could be interpreted as procedure calls with arguments. So if you want to do that, that's fine. But I think it's sufficient to just make it message based, and then each side can look at the kind of message and then the arguments and then respond accordingly. Yeah. Something like what you're talking about, NeoVim, I'm sure it does something similar to WebSockets, only on top of the messaging they have procedure call stuff. And I think that would be more convenient if the two ends actually behaved like parts of a bigger program. In my case though, the client and the server really are separate programs, and one is sort of a master, which is the server. It tells the client exactly what to show and stuff. And the client just makes requests for the server to please consider doing things. So instead of really a procedure call, it's more of like a request. And the server can say, okay, or it can say, nah, don't think so. All right. Yeah, let's do create entity. Every time I call create entity, we should get a new unique identifier. So I can do that. Let's do that first. Create entity. So we'll create a few entities. Entity 1 is create entity. 2 and 3, right? And this test will verify that the first time we call it, we'll get back 1, so expect equal to 1. And then 2 and 3. Oops. There we go. One goal of NeoVim's architecture is to decouple the core and the UI, and they're trying to make it separate too. Yeah, so they're probably trying to hide the detail. So this doesn't really hide detail from you, right? It is just passing messages, so you still have to deal with the message content and stuff. What they're probably doing in NeoVim, I'm just guessing, but usually what an RPC does is try to hide the details of this from you so that when you write a program like the UI, it looks just like you're making a function call, right? Looks just like a function call, so you can replace a real function call with an RPC call and not have to change your program too much. So if that's what you're looking for, that's great. I didn't really need that because it was good enough to have messages, and I don't need them to actually be function calls. Okay, create entity doesn't exist. I need to declare that. Components. I'll leave it integers. You don't know what you're looking at all? You mean NeoVim, or you mean the stuff I'm doing? I'm working on this new class called components, which is where I'm going to store all the data for the game entities. And so I'm using an entity component system where you break up the objects in a game along 3 concerns. One is identity, which is the entity. And another is where all the data is stored, which is components, and then where all the code goes, which is called systems. And this is just my interpretation of ECS. There are others, so everyone's ECS is slightly different, but this is my interpretation of it. So right now I'm working on the component class. So it's going to be where we store all the data for all the game objects. So my goal today is to have just 3 different kinds of components, because we want to have player-controlled avatars. I'm trying to make it so that this little guy will have 1 per player logged in. So right now we have Rally Monkey logged in. If I get everything done today, Rally Monkey would show up here in the game, and whenever he moves, we would all see it. And if you were to log into the game, you would appear somewhere and you'd be able to move around. So the minimum components for that are, we need to know where you are, who you are, and where you want to move. That's essentially what the components store. And then we'll need 2 systems. We'll need to show it on the screen, that's the rendering, and we'll actually have to convert the player input into position changes, when that's the movement system. And the only entities, the only identities will be the characters, the avatars. So that's what I'm doing right now. All this is in the backend C++, so I am using classes. This iGameObject interface is just so that I can make them persistent. So if you were to move your character over to the corner and then log out, and then later log back in, you'll still be in the corner. And that's through this serialize and then later deserialize. Not directly, but that's the best explanation. And create entity is what we need to have first, I think. What do we want to say? Establish a new game object. Establish a new game object. The unique identifier of the new game object is returned. So that needs to have an implementation. Components, create identity, and we'll keep it really simple. We'll have here recorded the next entity ID. We'll start it at 1. This counts. This increments each time a game object is created. The new game object's entity ID is set using this variable's current value. All right. So just to be thread safe, we'll have all of our entry point functions lock a mutex. This is how I do it with C++. The lock guard is a template that takes a mutex and locks it as long as that variable here exists, which will be the duration of this function call. And then at the end, it automatically unlocks. So that's basically shorthand for doing something like this. If I were to do it manually, lock, and then at the end, unlock. Only I don't have to worry about unlocking. It does it automatically when that variable goes out of scope. The only thing kind of goofy about this is that I do this decal type thing. That's just so I don't have to repeat myself and say mutex. If I change this to a recursive mutex, for example, this is a different kind of mutex. This would break until I did that. So using decal type means just basically it says look up the type of that variable and place it here. And this actually, you don't need to do that anymore in the latest C++, but I haven't moved to that yet. I believe you can, in the latest C++, you can just say that. But I'm kind of sticking to C++ 11 for a while until I have some time to really study the latest C++. Anyway, we're going to, it's very easy. I'm going to return next, or stored in our impulse structure, next entity ID plus plus. So that means return the current value, and then as a side effect, increment that value there. So if it's 1, we'll return 1, but then it'll be, this will have stored 2 now. That should be able to pass this test. All right, so that we can create entity now. Let's do a component. Sound good? So I'm comparing to the prototype components. Do I want to have of type, or do I just want to make type? I think I do want the type to be there, but we'll make the type. What should I make the type? Something's very easy to parse. See, in the prototype I used an enum, but I want to make it extensible. Can I just make it an integer? No, let's just keep it a string. That way if I look at snapshots, I can tell what's going on. All right. So this will be, yeah, create component of type. All right. So we need a range, which is a setup for the test, because we need to establish an entity first, right? So our entity is just an entity, and then the act will be to ask the components to create a component of type. And then what are we getting? What did we get back in the prototype? We got back a pointer. Do I want to deal with pointers? I think I do. Yeah. Or do I just use do I deal with references? Probably cleaner to do a reference if I can. Okay, thanks, develop it. I'm sorry you had trouble logging in. I'm sorry both you and Nui had trouble. There's nothing different from yesterday, so I don't know why there'd be trouble today. Yeah, so we're going to get back a reference, right? So component. So the type will make it a string, foo. And then we need to pass the entity ID. And then the assert. I think we won't know how to check if it exists, right? Unless I couple that with like get entity of type. I will make this a dual thing. Create and get entity of type. Yeah, thanks, develop it. We'll get to the bottom of it. I'll stay positive that we'll eventually figure out these problems. Have a great day. Okay, the assert, I'm going to go ahead and use that back, right? Hold on. Actually, I think I did make that a pointer because I wanted it to be return something that could be null. I want to avoid pointers though. If components are JSON values, maybe that fixes it? Gosh, I don't know. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to make a backdoor for testing. I'll have a get all components. And we'll just put that in as part of an expect. So what would be the format of this? Probably a map from strings to arrays. Well, how did I store it in here? Oh, I remember doing it where it's kind of stored inside the factory here. Right, it had a vector. And the get would loop through. Actually, I think I want to make them an inner map. So map entity ID to a JSON value. Components. Let's call it create component type. Components dump maybe, or get all. Get all. I'll just use that for testing. So the outer map will be from type to inner map. The inner map will be from entity ID to JSON value. So let's have create component of type. Actually, we can seed it with an initial value. Let's keep it simple though. Bar 42, something like that. And so this should be bar 42. And that I need to use a JSON object constructor. And I think sometimes for maps I have to put extra punctuation around it. Oh, but it might be because get all is not declared. That's probably what it is. Let me do one thing and then by making that type, giving it a name, just for convenience. So in components, we'll make a type here. Using, what are we going to call it? Component, store. And then let's make another one for an actual component map, and need to include the correct headers here. So I need string and I need map. And then this will be this part of it. What name should I give to that? That's a map from entity ID to component. Components of type. Then I can do this. Let's comment these. This is used to store all components of a given type, keyed by entity ID. This is used to store all components in the game, keyed by component type. Name, or component type. Yeah, component type is a string. All right, so then I can reduce this down to realm server components store, and then make this return the store, and I'll just mark it as it's for testing only. So store reference const, I guess. Provide direct access to the components of the game. Note, this is to be used for testing only. A reference to the components of the game is returned. All right. Create entity. So because it's for testing only, I'm not going to bother with mutex stuff. We'll just I'm gonna do this little trick where I can say auto and then arrow, put the type there. I'll just say return impl store, and then I need to define that. Store, let's put it here. Store. This is where all components in the game are stored. It is a 2-level map where the first level keys are the component types, and the second level keys are the entity IDs. All right. Now this test, it needed, let me make sure this builds. This might need special syntax here. Might have gotten that wrong. You should be able to infer that. I mean, that should work because that's a map from string. So that's the first element of the pair, and this is, oh, I wonder if I need to do this kind of a declaration. Components of type. And then, hold on. Oh, do I have too much punctuation here? That might be why. Maybe I didn't need to do that. Trying to get that red squiggly to go away. Oh, that goes there. No? Okay, so it's possible I need realm server oh, wait a minute. Possible I need to do that. Really? I wonder if it's because components it doesn't know the type of. Yeah, let me put this declaration in place. So that is meant to return a JSON value, right? By value. And it takes 3 arguments. So the first one is the type. Second one is the entity ID. And the third one is the, oh, I had this backwards. What does that return? Oh, maybe I didn't need it to return anything. Oh no, I wanted it to be in place changeable, right? Oh, wait a minute. That's what I did in the prototype. I had it in place changeable by pointer. But if we're holding on to mutexes and stuff, when we create stuff, I can't do that. I think it's got to operate with values, so it means create doesn't need to return anything. And it just has its initial value here. And that can be a const. Let's just call it component. Create a new component for of the given type for the given entity. By the way, this being a map components of type means there can only be one component per entity, which is wrong. I mean, one component per entity type combination. I'm thinking that's okay for now. I'll change it later if I need to. So create component type. This is the type of component to create. This is the unique identifier of the entity to which to attach new component. Component. This is the value of the component to attach or to create. All right. I'm not going to implement it yet. I wanted to get this test squared away. Right, that doesn't return anything. It's this that I'm still having trouble with. It can't figure out the types, I think. Can I convert argument 1 from initializer list to initializer list pair of strings to values? No conversion from character to pair. Oh, right. That needs extra punctuation. Is that why? Oh, that was it. So do I need to actually say the type, or can it infer that? It can infer that. That's nice. And do I need this punctuation? No, but I do need this. If I get rid of that, it has problems inferring the type. So I do need that at least. All right, so this is going to fail, and because I don't have anything in the body here, so let's add some body. So this will be impl. Let's get the mutex first. Impl store. Actually, this way, right? Type entity equals component. There we go. Run.
Yay. Let's run them all. Cool. So we can create entities and components now. So what else can we want to do? I guess it's time to do the clone. So we'll have clone leverage the actually serialize needs to include the next entity ID. So let me actually add that first. Yeah, so we'll add it here. Let's just this one there's only one of it, so I can make it a long name. So it'll be 1. And let's change this though to a 42, just for kicks. And I should actually be able to not use serialize, but actually just let's make another accessor. So components get next entity ID. Let me add that for testing. So it's another test accessor. Return the identifier that will be assigned to the next game object created. And that's what we return. All right. Components. Lock. Return impl next. Actually, do I really need that? Because I could just call create entity and it gets it back out. Yeah, I don't need this. There's no reason for me to get that. Let me get rid of it. It's extraneous because I don't care about the side effect of creating a new entity, so I can just call create entity. It should get back 42. I don't care that it's been moved to 43, do I? I can just do that. Yeah, so it doesn't serialize it yet, so we need to add that. Serialize. And then this will be impl next. And then deserialize. It's the opposite. That equals interpret as an int serialization next entity ID. Cool. All right. I think I want to include an entity in the serialization. So this will be part of the arrange for this. So that should be a 2 now. And right, we have to create an entity to create a component. Technically, I can just say that plus 1 is what I expect, right? I don't care what it started out as. All right, so then components. This next level ought to be an object, and inside that we should have another level. This one keyed by entity ID, but hold on, the keys. No, let's not key it by entity ID. Let's make them actual objects. So it is JSON. So means this level is an array, right? Oh no, this level is object, because it's by type first. So it's foo, and then an array. In that array, we'll have JSON objects, and each one of these will be a component. Only I'll put in the type here, and here there's going to be a lot of components, so I'm going to try to keep it abbreviated, just T for type. Bar. And bar 42. Actually, maybe I'll do it this way. Just so I don't pollute the namespace of the component, so to speak. I'll have the T be bar, and then C is the actual object. There we go. And then I should do deserialize too. Do the same thing. Oh, and I needed to include the entity ID in here, don't I? Oh, wait a minute. That was the type. What am I thinking? I'm bad. It's the E for the entity ID, and then that is entity. Right. Okay. So that means E and whatever entity I want. So let's make it 16, and then that get all we'll use that to test this one down here. So we should have a foo type with an entity of 16, bar 42. All right. This will fail because I'm not serializing that yet. Okay. So the way I've been doing this before is establishing the object up front. So components, JSON object, which is initially empty. And then I say auto reference components, and then look it up. And then basically I loop for every type of component. So for const auto components of type in impl store components, the type name, components of type first equals JSON object. Wait a minute. Array. Yeah, exactly. And then auto components. Actually, this is, let's rename this to be a store entry. Because components is going to be, let me think about this. Components of type equals, hold on. I have this backwards. We should just make components of type. And at the end, we say that equals component, standard move components of type. And then in the middle, I can, there's the inner loop. A component entry, components entry in store entry second. This is the inner map. So for each one of these, we do components of type add JSON object. And there's the two things, right? There's the entity ID, which is the component's entry first. And then there's the component itself, which is components of entries second. And that has to be an auto, not a const, for that to work. All right. And then deserialize, it's the opposite of that. We still access that, only it's a const. And then this gives me keys, right? So for const auto type in components get keys, because that returns a vector, I think. Yeah. So for each of those, we're going to expect a components of type. Equals components type. And then that we expect to be an array. So there will be that size. So const auto num components of type equals components of type get size. And then for size ti less from 0 to number of components plus I, we're going to index that array and then use it to fill in this. So at this point I can get a reference to the a store entry, impl store type. And then here I can say store entry and then look up the entity ID. So let's get the entity ID first. So const auto entity equals components of type I. Actually, let's get a reference to that. That is a component. Components entry. I'm trying to use names that I used up here so that it matches. That's components of type I. An entity is that that's E field. And then component is just the C field of that. So entity standard move component. Okay, that was a lot of work. This is why we have unit tests, so I can run the test and see if I got it right. Yeah, I got it right. First try. Okay, so we can store, serialize. Oh, we didn't test clone yet. We can create components and types. So let me do this for clone. I'll have the same arrangement. And the act will be to make a clone. So const auto clone equals components clone. And that gives me what? A shared pointer to a new game object, right? So I should just cast that back to the right type. So static pointer cast to a components clone. And is that the right type? Not defined. Realm server components. That's defined. Okay. So the assert is that we should be able to get these entities back out. So I guess I'll just do the get all to confirm that. Oh, and I should also do the create entity to make sure. Yeah, I should do both of these. So we should get 42 back out. No, I should get entity plus 1 back out. If I go to clone create entity, and the same thing for clone get all. Should return that component that's stored in there. And that's entity, not 16. Alright. There's a test that's going to fail because clone doesn't do anything yet. Clone should be pretty easy though. All I need to do is say clone impl next equals impl next. And clone impl store equals impl store. So that does a deep copy, which is what we want. Yay. All right. So we can clone, we can create components, we can create entities, we can deserialize and serialize. That's a lot. Let me check this in so far, and then I need to take a quick break for a minute or two, and then I'll resume work on this foundational stuff. I'm an hour and a half in. We'll see how far I get today. So we established components is what we did. All right. Establish components class. All right, I need to take a quick break. I'll be back in just a minute or two. Ah! I'm back. Shua. I was on a break, but I'm back. Hello. Thanks, Nui. All right. So before the break, I added components to the game. It's really just a container of components. We can create entities. What else am I going to need? I'm kind of joking around about the what face. All right. get entity, get components of type. We'll need that. And then, yeah, we get component entity type. I don't think I need to destroy anything right now yet. So I just need these two. Get components of type. Let's put it up here. All right, let's have the same kind of arrangement I did here. Act and then assert. I think I'm just going to start by keeping it simple. We'll just expect a copy when we ask for them. So we'll call it foo equals components get components of type. Foo. And then assert is expect. Actually, I'm just going to copy from down here. This inner map here. So that's components of type. This inner one for foo. Sounds good to me. Components of type, it is. And that's going to return a components of type. Get components of type. Type. Return a copy of all components of the given type in the game. This is the type of component to fetch, and that's returned. Is returned. All right. Trying to go through this as rapidly as I can, because a lot of it's just what do you call it? Mechanical. But if you guys have any questions, slow me down and ask me. That's fine. You can see this is really just going to be a pretty straightforward wrapper around this map, really, because like that's all we're gonna do here. That'll guarantee it makes a copy, and that should pass this test. I'm trying to get through this quickly so that I can get it functional, and then we'll worry about performance later. Components test. Okay, see, working already. So then the last one I think I need is this get entity component of type. So that's kind of an optimization, because we can always just get the type, and then with that components of type we could do a search, but this is allowing the components container to do it directly for us. So ultimately we're going to act and say const auto bar equals, well, foo. This should really be foos. This is foo. And this takes two arguments, right? From the prototype, it was type and entity ID. So the same kind of setup for the arrange goes here. And then the assert is just peeling away another layer of the onion here, right? It is just returning the object. For foo. All right. That's just a JSON value. Type and then int entity. Okay, let's copy from here. And then take this one. return a copy of the component of the given type attached to the given entity. And there's going to be a special return value if there is no such. I think I'll just have it return null. Or no. The undefined value, right? There was a special value I made for that. Let me look. Oh, is this what it is? Yeah. So return a null pointer if it's not found. I could do that, or I can do the other type that I had declared. Invalid. Actually, I'm inclined to do that. So we can check if the type is invalid, that means it was never attached. Fetch. This is the unique identifier of the entity whose component should be fetched. And then return a copy of the component of the given type attached to the given entity is returned. If there is no such component, the returned value will have the type JSON, what do I call it? Value type invalid. Right. This one's a little bit more complicated because I don't actually want to create the component if it doesn't exist. So instead we're going to do a search. We're going to say first off, we'll search the store for that type. So const.o store entry equals impl store find type. And then if store entry is impl store end, it means that there was no component, there weren't any components of that type at all. Then we'll return a default constructed JSON value as an invalid type. So that's my design. So if we continue, then we'll say component entry equals store entry dot or arrow second dot find entity. If component entry equals this dot end, again return that. Otherwise we're going to return this one second. There we go. Yay. I love it when a plan comes together. Okay, check that in. So we added get components of type, get entity component of type. Add accessor functions. Add get components of type. Add get entity component of type. All right. Cool. I think what I'll do first is integrate this into the game backend. There won't be any actual entities created, but we should at least have the container everywhere. So let me start at the top level. I was looking at this earlier. When we start the journal, right? Actually, wherever this metrics shows up, we have to copy it. So components. And then we'll have an in-out components. This object is used to hold all game objects. let's say this is a container used to hold all game objects. All right. All right, added, and then duplicate this. Deserialize from the last snapshot. So to do this in a backwards compatible way, what would happen if that is empty? We'll get an invalid JSON value, right? What does components do for that? Deserialize. I should probably check it here. Let me have a special test for this. We'll say deserialize from invalid. Deserialize from invalid. Serialization. So the same, let's start with deserialize. And let me what happens in the I want to see what the indexer does if we look up a key that's not present. I just don't remember. What did I do? Operator. One of these operators. Oh, I was just there. I didn't find it because this is set to regular expression matching. Now it finds it. Okay, returns null. So I can just look at the type. I can say, okay, I can just give it null. Deserialize null value. So this is deserialized from null. What do I expect? Let's have it reset the object if that's true. So it should be an empty store. So that'll probably fail now, right? Oh, I should finish the work I was doing here in the main. I guess I can comment it out for now. Because I'm not done yet. Just to get this unit test working. Yeah, what does it actually do? Right, the next is 0. That's bad. So we'll just do a check here. If serialization get type equals JSON value type null, we'll just have an early exit. So we'll just have these reset. Actually, let's reset the store up here. Regardless, right? Then I just need to set the next entity to 1 and return to make the test pass. I should probably also pre-fill the thing with junk. I should do that in both deserialized tests actually. Pre-fill the objects with junk, because deserialize should replace it all. Cool. All right. Let me check that in before I get too far. That and that components make deserialize backwards compatible. If serialization is null, then cleanly reinitialize the components. All right, back to the main program. We're going to deserialize so that if there's no components in the last snapshot, which is the case right now in the real game, should initialize the components to be completely clean and new, which is what I want. And then let's continue searching for metrics. Where is this? In the main program. So we can do that. So after we create here, we can create the other one. So this is components. Actually, I can just copy all this, right? Because metrics is used to start the journal. Now components is too. And then we need to eventually give it to the executor and the coordinator. Let's do that now. Components and components. And that'll force me to add them to the mobilize function. So let's do that on the executor. Well, actually, yeah, do the executor. If I search for metrics, I should find most of the places I need to change. Yeah, so this needs to add components. And here. And I'll document it up here. And then let me not duplicate the comments. I mean, not retype them. Let me just copy paste. There. Okay. And then same thing in the executor. So I can copy from the coordinator. This include goes here. And this goes down here, and this one's mobilize. Metric, so right here. That goes there. Okay, and then components. Where are we going to store it? I guess we'll store it here, along with the metrics. Although I'll probably want to make a subsystem in the coordinator just for components, the ECS. We'll keep it here for now. So that is copied from here. Okay, same. So the executor needs to hold on to it too. Oops. All right. And okay, so here's where we do stuff like cloning. Snapshot gets a clone of the components from the main state. And then we store them originally here. Actually, I guess we do a clone here as well. There's two places where I guess I clone them. Oh well. Redundant. Okay, the common, right, the test framework has to have components as well. Executor needs them as well, yes. Okay, why am I not... Oh, because I need to look for lowercase. Yeah, so some places I must have missed. Okay, that's wrong. Fixed. Okay, so we should do the same storing here. And then the same releasing here. Okay. Okay, so storing here. Mobilization there. There and there. In here. Looking at all the places. Okay, here's some places. And here. That might be it. Let's let the compiler tell me if I got it all. Yeah, while it's compiling, let me see if anyone else has made an account in the game. Develop, it's logged in. Oh, we have a new player. Let me vet the name. Okay. Welcome, Iser. Unmask. All right. Cool. New tickets. Nope. Okay. Let's run all the tests to make sure I didn't break anything. And then what I'll do is I'll run the development what do I call it? The development. I'll test it in development. Everything passes, so let me test in development. So that, hit Control C and just rerun the cluster again. And now it should have created a fresh new components. So let me see. Let me use this, go to localhost 3000, and here I will load the test admin key. That's over here off screen. This key. And it didn't work. Why didn't it work? Oh, is it again the certificate? Might be. Yep. Then refresh that and it should connect in. There we go. All right. Now to look if it got into the snapshot, just hit snapshot and then I'll look at it on disk. So wherever the stage folder is. Here it is. Look at the latest snapshot and it should have a components in here now. Nope. Okay. Why not? Does it deserialize but not serialize? Did I mess up the serialization? That's possible. Let me look. So that would be in the executor. Let's make snapshot, right? Make snapshot. Yeah, here it is. So I forgot it. Components. That should make a unit test fail, the one I missed. So let's run that again. Actually, I could have just run this one. That's the one I care about. Hey there, man in Sweden. How's it going? I take it you're a man and that you're in Sweden. Yeah, so I missed this unit test or two when I made those last changes. Yeah, so that test probably doesn't check to make sure we actually have components. Yeah, so yeah, this needs to get duplicated. It doesn't actually care what it is, just that we do it. So what we expect, and then we should see what we expect down here. I'm doing okay. If you've been here before, what's different this week is I have my game online now. But there's not much you can do in the game other than create an account, and there's a little placeholder little man in the game. Today's objective is to make it so that when you log into the game, you actually will have an avatar with your name above it that you can move around in the game world. And we'll see how far I get. So I've been adding the components for an ECS into the game state for the last hour. Yeah, so feel free to create an account. The only issue might be I don't have some stuff set up yet. So you should get here and just realize that I don't have the legal stuff set up yet. So I believe I'm GDPR compliant. So that means you can download your player data on request or request that it be deleted. And I'm not looking at any of the player data right now unless you ask me to. And as soon as I can, I'm going to get these set up, so just be aware that there is none yet. If you're not comfortable with that, then please don't create an account. But if you're okay with that, then it's just going to be use your common sense. There's not much in the game yet. Yeah, just wanted to make sure that's clear because I don't want to get in trouble. So yeah, the only thing you can do right now is create an account, and you can also log tickets. So actually, let me show the login. I'll log in to the real game here and show you. So you don't have to do it if you don't want to. Get password manager up. Sure, remember me. So you can download your data, change your password. If you show your email address and change it, then you can change your email address. And the email address right now is only used for if you forget your password and you want the reset token mailed to you. You can always leave it blank. You just won't be able to reset your password. So you can report a new issue. So this is one way that I'm allowing people to give me bug reports or suggestions. The other way is, if you prefer, you can either use my Discord or you can use this Git repo I set up in GitHub where we can track issues. And my Discord is there. So feel free to give me feedback. Just right now, just be aware, the only thing you can do is log in and report issues and get your data and delete your account and log off. So I'm working today on showing avatars on screen. We'll see how far I can get. No, you don't have to use HTTPS. If you want, you can just use HTTP. So I can just use HTTP. Actually, let me just put that in there. Because it's a persistent login, this should actually work. No, it doesn't. Oh, because it shows up as a different entry. Yeah, it'll still work. The connection to the game backend is still secure. So I can show that here. If I log in again. So it's still going to WSS, so it's using transport layer security to the backend connection. The only thing that's not secure is the loading of the client JavaScript and HTML from the CloudFront distribution that I have. So you can do either way. Hey there, Funcshi. How's it going? All right, so let me make sure I got this right and then rerun the test. Rerun it. No, it's still broken. That's there. So what's different? Oh, wait a minute. That's wrong. Did I screw this up? Ah, I did. Components. There we go. You actually working on the game? Yeah, I am. So it's online now, Funcshi. You can go there, and you should, if you create an account, you should get at least this far. And I'm working today to make that little avatar something you can move around. So the beginnings of an entity component system. I just established the components, and I'm making sure it's saved in the back end now. And then after I get that done, I'm going to start working on the, let me think about it. I have to either do the systems. Something has to actually create the components for you. So I need to figure out where that goes. But yeah, you can get all this in the today command. You like that I created that little guy? I created him during the time where I did this prototype. He's my little piece of art to represent the warrior in the game Gauntlet. So that's my little artistic impression of that. I don't have any real art yet, so it's all taken from other places and drawn quickly. Okay, that test is working, but then one after it was broken, right? Yeah. So I probably had the similar kind of thing. Yep. So that should be components. And then down here, components again. Yeah. You rejected your generated one? I don't know why it would reject it. But I can test that later. There might be something to the characters in it, but there shouldn't be. So that might be a bug. Let me write it down. Hold on, am I on today? I'm on today. Possible bug. It should work though. Oh, did you click the, you have to do the CAPTCHA test. So, here, let me demonstrate. So, you, new account, and let's just do Bob, and then you have to click that, and you might have to deal with this garbage. Hopefully it's not too bad. And then sign up. Then you should get this far. Oh, you see you're blocking it. Yeah, that's a known issue. What I was probably going to do... Oh, let me delete that test account. What I was probably going to do is show something here saying this requires CAPTCHA. If you don't see a CAPTCHA check, then you might need to enable scripts. Yeah, so I'll probably put that in there. Yeah, I have that in my list. I don't have one place where I'm keeping my list per se, but if you go to my Trello, you'll see it. I've been trying to track them all here, so it's probably here somewhere. If it's not, let me add it right now. It was Nui found this yesterday. Yeah, problems with reCAPTCHA functions when third-party scripts are disabled. Yes, Nui was using uMatrix to block it, so I don't know what you're using it. Or what you're using. If you're using something different, let me know, because I can test with that too. Okay. I hope you didn't use the same password. Use a different one, I hope. Okay, so I'll test with uMatrix at some point when I work on that bug. In the meantime, yeah, I think for now I was going to just put some text here to show that you need to make sure that you see the reCAPTCHA or enable the scripts from Google. Hunter 2, I see. It'll actually accept Hunter 2 because I've lowered the entropy minimum. Do you know why CAPTCHA can't be seen on your laptop? It could be the same thing if you're blocking third-party scripts. That might explain it. Okay. Need to fix that. I don't need it to be 10 minutes in testing. And this is a spurious bug. I'll someday work on that one. Okay, let's try this again. Still failing. I messed something up there. Oh, no, I just didn't do it yet. This is a components. There we go. Oh yeah, let me fix that. It's masked because I want to vet the names of accounts first. Where is my window? Yeah, so 2 people created accounts. Let me vet them to make sure you didn't use any bad word. No, that looks okay. Hold on. Unmask, and I see the one you created, Funchy. Unmask yours as well. So you should see it now. The mask thing is removed, and you should have seen some ticket update messages go through when I close the name check tickets. So what it does is it opens up a ticket for me to say, well, someone wants to use that name, and I say, okay, I'm going to make a quick button to approve, probably on the main user page as well, but I don't have it yet. How do you open the script? The script for that? If you don't see the CAPTCHA thing, then probably you have something in your browser that's blocking it. So I've actually never used stuff like UMatrix, so I don't know how you might have been blocking that. I was just thinking, is there a way we could get around it temporarily? I guess I could turn off the CAPTCHA check and only turn it on if I have problems later. Oh, so you've had the problem with the Google CAPTCHA for a long time, and you've had yeah, I'm sorry. Let me add it to my list. I should set this up anyway. Add a temporary, add a way to temporarily disable reCAPTCHA requirements. Or I guess pre-authorize new accounts. I could do that too. I could say for certain account names, a CAPTCHA isn't required, and then I would just tell you on stream, okay, go create your account with your name, and then it won't require a CAPTCHA. I can remove the possible bug. Oh, that you added? Okay. Let's see. Cannot see the CAPTCHA in the create window. Yeah. So I know about that. So I'll say yes, that's known issue. Thanks for reporting. I want to thank you for reporting it anyway, but we'll go ahead and close it. And the other one, let's see. Hey, small buttons, see what the function. Oh yeah, I know about that too. So that's on the list to add tooltips. Thanks for the feedback. I know, a lot of the ticket stuff is also kind of gross, and I mean to come back here and clean it up. I just wanted to get some game going first. So yeah, I need a dedicated day to go through and clean up this UI panel. The tickets panel is particularly gross. I need to fix it. In my notes, I still have the password. That's what you meant. Oh. I mean that temporary password? Oh, that this was a bug, right? Okay, got it. Got it. Sorry about misunderstanding it. All right, let's test this again. Cool. Run all executor tests. If this passes, I'll run the end-to-end test again. How am I doing on time? Passing the 2:20? I don't know. I don't know if I'll get this done today. Because I have to add the systems, and then I have to integrate it into the executor. It's going to be a while. Oh, the reason? It should be under notes. So if you scroll down, I mean, sorry about it being so ugly, but if you scroll down, you should see a note that says that. So I will work on this so I know that it looks bad. If you have any specific suggestions on how I can clean this up, of course that's welcome. But I'm going to do the obvious, which is that this scroll bar shouldn't scroll this top filter. It should probably just scroll the table itself. And I need to fix the style on the table. And then when you're looking at an issue, this box is completely screwed up. I'll probably add the new note under the history. And I'll probably move the history itself so that it's separate, it has a separate scroll area. And maybe there'll be a button that breaks it out as a dialog so you can use more of the screen area for it. Is this HTML? This is made using React, but in the end it shows up in your browser as HTML, yeah. And if you're talking about the content of the text, it doesn't interpret it as HTML. React will escape everything. So if you tried to put a link in there, it won't work. That's actually one of the things I had on my to-do list is I want to allow certain things to show up as links, and I'll have to add that myself. Scroll bar is invisible. Yeah. Yeah, that's a problem. You can see it right here. I can't see the scroll bar because there's overflow with this. It's this thing that's causing overflow. I have to scroll all the way over here to see the bar. See that? I think the issue is how I wrote the React code that draws this table cell. It is not restricting it, so it uses as much as it needs. So if I typed a long note, the scroll bar would be gone. Also, the box here, there's two problems. It is anchored on the right, so when you resize, it's kind of funny. So I need to not anchor it on the right, and I'll probably just, because it's taking up so much space, I'll probably just make it slimmer and put it underneath here where it kind of belongs. So there's a bunch of stuff I need to do to clean it up. You just have to bear with me until I get around to doing that. More people are interested in actually having something you can control in the game, so that's what I'm mostly working on today. All right. Let me do this end-to-end test again. So, this is the test game. If I, where's my window for that? Here. If I tell it to snapshot the game state and I go back to where the snapshots are, I want to see it in the snapshot. Oh yeah, look at that. So it's there. So we have the components part of an entity component system done. Well, almost done. There's one more I forgot. I have, where is it? I start speaking when I'm not ready to show what I'm speaking about. I see component CPP. I really wish it would sort this for me. Okay, there it is. I have get, but I don't have a set. I have create, but not a set. I'm going to add a set. Right, because I know I'm going to need that. Back to components tests. Let me check in though. Make a commit. So this is integrating components with the server. So integrate game components container into servers. All right, and now I have create. Let's do a test right after create called set. And that's actually, it should go with the entity too. So it really goes near the get entity component of type. That's set entity component of type. And really should be kind of modeled after that. Hey there, Shake Soda. How are you doing? So we create an entity, and then the test will be that I can change it, and then for the assert, we'll get it back and make sure I change it. So this will say components, set entity component of type. And so it's the 3 argument version. Just like create, only it doesn't create. Actually, can create just do a set if it didn't exist? Yeah. I can rename create to be just, well, no, let's keep them distinct, even though they'll end up doing the same thing. That way, if I change the implementation later, I don't have to change the interface. But it'll have the same kind of thing. You have to give a type, an entity ID, and then some value. So let's change that to Baz, and we'll change that to 14. Okay, so set entity of type. I need to add to the header. I was just looking at it right there. Yeah, so right here. Actually, it's more like create. So it has this. And it has largely the same documentation too. Change an existing component of the given type for the given entity. So we're changing create to change or set. Let's just say of the entity. Okay. Implementation, please. Let's make sure it doesn't do a create. So we'll do the same thing that get would do down to here. Actually, let's just copy the whole thing. It doesn't need to return anything. It just returns early, right? So early return if we can't find the component. And if we can, so this is going to mutate, so it's going to not be const. If we can, then component entry second equals component. There we go. Hey there, Romania. How's it going? Hi. Adding an entity component system right now. All's going well. This takes time to do this stuff. Like I had to write all these tests and stuff. Just got home. Nice. Welcome home. Okay, I think I want to add a remove component, don't I? That kind of goes along with the create. In fact, I'll call it destroy, because the opposite of create is destroy. We don't need to destroy entity because you just destroy all components of an entity. That's good enough. Thanks for the follow, Crazy Jeff. Nice name. And there are 29 of you? Oh, lots of Crazy Jeffs. Destroy component of type. So we don't need a value. It's just destroy it, and the setup will create it. So we create it, then we destroy it, and then we should see that it doesn't have there's no entity anymore. In fact, do I want to remove the type completely? Yeah, let me create two entities. And we'll have two components. Foo, Baz. Let me think about this. No, this is too complicated. Oh, I'm being raided by Codephobia. Hey there, Codephobia. How was your stream today? I'm actually adding a entity component system today. My game is online. There's no game yet, but you can create an account. My goal for today is that anyone logged into my game should be able to move their avatar around. Right now, there is an avatar, but it's really a static prop, and I'm trying to add the code right now to add dynamic components and systems in the game so that you can control your own avatar. That's the goal for today. Thanks for the follow, Zero Memory. So how was your stream, Codephobia? Do anything fun today? And hi, Pat. Pat, how you doing? Let me do send some waves around. Hey, Ferris, how are you doing? Just code cleanup. Yeah, I know that. I have whole days where I do code cleanup. I think I was making my test here too complicated. Let me undo. Back to just a single entity. So the idea is we're going to create an entity and create a component, then destroy the component. And I was debating whether or not it should keep the type around or just completely remove the type. I think I'll just remove the type from the store completely if that's the last one. So to make that function, okay, I need this to be a coffee and bagel, huh? Okay, see ya, Codephobia. Have fun. I need this to be a function. Yeah, so anyone joining from Codephobia stream, I'm building a game. You can get to it by that link I sent earlier. And today I'm working on the objective where we have a controllable avatar in the game. So we're building up this game basically from nothing. So we're very, very early stage. In fact, I've been working for the last 4 or 5 months to get just the platform on the cloud. The platform's on the cloud. There are 3 servers. You can create an account on it. And I have both this development environment and this production environment. And yeah, today's goal is to actually, in this game world here, show every player that's logged in using an avatar that you can control the position of within that little space. And then, you know, every day we'll try to add more and more to this. Unless I'm working on code cleanup like Codephobia was doing. In which case it might not be as interesting, but it's still necessary. So I'm doing this with C++ on the back end, and in the front end it's Phaser for the graphics, and then React and Redux for the user interface panels. So right now I'm on the back end, and I am adding the components for the entity component system, and I use test-driven development. So I set up a test first, and then I make the test pass. And right now it won't compile because this test is expecting this method, which doesn't exist yet. So I'm just about to add that. I'm going to put create and destroy together. And we only need 2 arguments for destroy. Copy the comment. Say destroy the component of the given type for the given entity. This is the type of component to destroy. The unique identifier of the entity on which to or for which? Of which to I don't know the language correctly here. I don't know how to say this correctly. Thanks for the follow, Chensu. This is the unique identifier of the entity of which to destroy. I guess that's good enough. And then there's no value. All right, so implementation of that method will go here. Components. And it's super simple. Since I'm using a C++ map, I just say impl store type erase entity. Oh, wait, I wanted to do one more thing, didn't I? Yeah, I wanted to look up the store entry first and return early if it didn't exist. And we might destroy that store entry, so not const. So this will return early. And then I'll do store entry second. Because, and that needs to be an arrow. If store entry second empty, then we're going to erase it. So impl store erase store entry. So not only we're just removing the component, but if there are no more components of that type, we're removing that component type map completely. Because why not? right? I might remove components at some point. I want to clean them up. Cool. So all of these tests for components should pass now. And I think that's it for components for now. Got to figure out what to do next now. Probably the systems. What sort of world update rate are you looking to implement? I'm thinking of starting out slow, so probably 10 hertz or slower, just until I can make sure that the servers can handle it. And it's really just for playing around anyway. We'll see. We'll probably play with that today, actually. If I set it too high, then it'll require that I do a lot of optimization, and I mean, that could be a good thing, but I'm kind of scared of doing that right now. Almost out of major features of clunky ball to put back on the new engine before you can work on new things for the game. Nice. Yeah, Shake Soda's working on a game where you roll a ball around in a virtual world, so that looked cool. So I added destroy and set components. Add ability to set or destroy components. Let it go a little bit over. All right. Yeah, I have the components done. I don't have the entities being created along with their components yet. Maybe that's what I want to do. I guess for now, we'll create the character when you log in and we'll destroy the character when you log out. Or should it remember where you were? Maybe I'll just keep it simple at first. Your character will be created when you log in and destroyed when you log out. Since that's the easiest for me to do. So yeah, we'll do the entity component creation next. The coordinator has to do this. Actually, hold on. Coordinator will append a command to have it done. We need to have a command we had to have a set of commands that affect the component system, the components. So I guess that's what I'm going to do next. A new game command. Let's do it. New game command. What are we going to call it? Oops. I just want to replace the copy pasted code. Okay. I'm going to call it. Let's keep it generic. That way I don't have to have too many different kinds of game commands. How about we call it ECS? Entity component system. Yeah, because the only thing that really cares about what needs to be done is the executor, right? Yeah. So there's no reason for there to be any data other than just a generic object. So we'll just keep it generic. Foo 42. The meaningless data that we can expect that command back out. Oh, didn't I do this before with another command? Or would it have been done? I guess the closest would be change profile. Well, I need to record like who changed it and whether or not Admin did it though. I don't think so. Yeah, okay. So, let me think about this. Hmm. Yeah, I think I just need to give this a name. Excuse me, my eyes are itchy. Yeah, okay. So what name do I give it? Action? Kind of follows what the front end does. And then those are just equal to each other. And then turn it around and do the same thing. Actually, let's just collapse this to make it super easy to read. Same thing here. Expect command action when we encode. Alright, so that doesn't exist yet. So starting from the back, from the top down, I need to add an entry in the main program for this kind of command. ECS. And that means it needs to be declared. So in the header file for commands, I need to include a new header file called ECS, which means I need to have a header file called ECS. This represents a server command which is used to add, modify, or actually, let's just make it even more generic. Is used to make changes to the game components. And then the only thing it stores as a JSON value is the what did I just call it? I forget so quickly. Action. This describes to the executor exactly what actions should be performed on the game components. So in other words, it's going to be a pretty, what's the word? Transparent structure. The structure doesn't care about what action means. It's just between the executor and then the rest of the game. All right, so that needs to have a body under commands. And then that's action, and then that's just the encoding. And return action. Super simple. Okay, let's add that to the build system. That is here. Commands, ECS, and then the header file for it. Hey there, Mr. Love Pickle. How are you doing today? Let me see if that builds. Just added a game command to make changes to the entity component system. Hopefully that should just work. The commands test should all still pass. Let me run them all again. Yay, okay. So we have entity component system commands. Now, next would be to, oh, what's this? I got a crash. Oh, in the unit test. Which unit test crashed? Something in config. Interesting. This one? Oh, I've run into this before. I think this is a glitch in the test tools, because when I run everything again, it just passes. Yeah, some kind of glitch. Run everything again. Did some outside housework. All the snow finally melted. Nice. We never get snow where I live. Well, not never. I think it's been like 60 years or something. Something crazy like that. Southern California never gets snow unless you're in the mountains. Yeah, of course, it's always a glitch. I don't know. I've been getting these glitches lately with VS Code, this Test Explorer, and Google Test, where just sometimes it just says this, and I have no, like, why would it be a buffer overflow? I don't know. So there actually isn't any Stack Overflow, because if there was, when I run it again, the tests are all predictable for the most part. So especially those tests I was just running, so I can't explain it other than it being a glitch. Yeah, OC, yeah, me too. Excuse me. Ba-doo-ba-doo. Well, there are a lot of people that live in Southern California, right? Oh, let's see. Oh, right. I was going to have it now generate these commands when you log in. So let's do that. Okay, so when you log in, it's got to create your avatar. So there's actually 3 places where we log in, right? And it gets funneled through to one place. It was like successful login, I think. Or on successful login. Yeah. Yeah, so here we can issue some commands, right? Actually, then no, this is not right. Hold on. I want only one server to do it. So, in fact, it has to be the leader, so. Streamer coffee, yeah, like Southern California streamer meetup sometime, yeah. So as Ferris, it only takes one of us who is willing to spend the time to do it, but I think Twitch has these like regional meetups. So in Seattle, they had one recently. So I looked, and LA area doesn't have any. I think it's just because no one's organizing it. Which is a shame, because I'm sure there are a lot of streamers in this area. If someone were to organize a meetup, we could have it. Let's see. Okay, yep. And none of this logic is particular about which server is the leader of the cluster. I think I just need to add that. It's not on successful login either. That's only true if that's the client, so that's not what I want. Oh, what do I want then? I guess it's special here, so let's add that at the bottom. What system should handle this? I don't know yet. What if I make it go up to the main system, and that'll kind of force me to make a new subsystem when that top level gets too weighty? I didn't know that there's an indie game dev meetup. I just started making a game, so before now I didn't feel like I was worthy of being called a game dev. In fact, let's say that until you can move your little man around here, I'm still not a game dev because there's no game. Moment you can move your man around, though, maybe it's a game. I don't know. At what point do you call something a game? Does it have to have the possibility of winning and losing for it to be a game? Okay, I'm gonna call a function here. I need to keep it generic. And it needs to be somewhat like unsuccessful login. Names. I struggle with names. It's certainly a game dev, even though I don't have a game yet. Backend is still part of a game? Okay, there we go. I should start going to that. I should look it up. What name to call the thing? Because I want to call it on successful login, but the auth system already has one, and I'll get confused. Is that at your UC Irvine? Let me look that up. What to name this thing? The most difficult part of programming is coming up with the right names for things. What I really need to do is move this one out of the way. This should be on successful client login. This should be on successful player login. Because this is the client concern and, you know, client stuff. And then the player concern is just player ID. Right? So maybe that's what I'll do. Let me rename this everywhere. We will rename that to on successful client login. Rename, and it's done. And then let me turn the unsuccessful one around too. On unsuccessful client login. There we go. And let me make sure that I didn't break anything. Cool, thanks for that link. Let me, oh, whoops. Let me record that. Let me put it somewhere else. Hold on, off-stream notes. Yeah, sorry, hold on a second. All right, thank you for that. Back to on-stream notes. Here we are. Cool, didn't break anything. So we have on, so I need to put that function in basically everywhere I had this other thing done. Client login, only it's not client based. So that, so we log in if we reset our password with a token. We log in if we do a normal login. So that's down here. And then we, that is command player ID, I think, yes. And then the last place we can log in successfully is on creating our account from the very beginning. So, what's this? Oh, I need to do it before then, don't I? Yeah. Actually, but this is backwards, isn't it? Let me turn this around. Put it down here, and if it is the server, we do this. And it's player ID in this place. It's up, Fletcher Codes. Yes, party time. Link to my game is there. You can log in. You can't do anything yet. That's what I'm working on right now. Let me make sure I didn't screw anything up. Oh, this did an early return there too. Shoot. Yeah, so I need to turn this logic around and remove the return. This moves to an else. And then this moves into that if. And that's ugly. That's a lot of indentation, isn't it? Oh well. I'll get around to cleaning that up later. Probably have the same thing here. Yep, same thing. So again, that, else, that, no return. This goes into the if. And then at last place. Yeah, okay, that was already structured correctly. Okay. So now I actually have to have that do something. Hey there, Captain Longfox. Character stands still in a world of bleakness. Yes. Next evolution is they can walk around. Exactly, you got it. Deep. Bruh. Yo, bruh. Your character stands still in a world of bleak darkness. It's the next evolution of arty walking sims. The immobility sim. Alright. It's a coordinator impl. I need to put this code in right here. Yeah, this class is getting a bit big. Got a bunch of templates in it. That's why. That's what makes it so big. Oh, I forgot I had this deferred action stuff. Huh, okay. Alright, yeah, let's put it here. That's an integer, correct? IntelliSense? Int, yes. So this will be react to a player logging into the game. This is the unique identifier of the player logged in. Who logged in? And while I'm at it, let me add the player logout. Actually, I can remove the successful. Yeah, so let's just have on player login, logout. Back to a player logging out of the game. Logged out. Let me search replace this guy. We'll just say on player login. Search replace, done. Okay, let's add these two functions. We'll just have it do nothing for the start. Because I do need to have a unit test before I actually put any code in, otherwise I'd be cheating. If no one moves, you can have that updating at 60 FPS with near zero server load. Exactly. So yeah, really I need to cap the FPS so that the server is not overloaded, right? If no one moves at all, we don't have to have any commands, and so it can run at whatever frame rate, right? Okay. Now, what did the logout do? Oh, I already have it on player logged out? Oh, interesting. I don't remember having that. Don't replace. That's in the profile system. What is it doing? Oh, okay. So I need to move this. Let's make it in parity with the other function that did the client. That said client. Like on client logged out. Yeah, let's name that on client logged out. Replace that, yes. Oh yeah, that's what we saw yesterday. That's pretty cool. Oh no, ball falls off. Actually, the text is different. You said yesterday something like that it ran for more than a few seconds without crashing. Now you're saying sound effects goal. I should just drag this on screen. Sound effects goals, gamepads, transparent materials, stage backgrounds are back. It's on par with the old Lua one. You got rid of Lua? Sad. You didn't keep Lua around? So sad. Just mostly joking. People like to rag on Lua. I actually kind of like the language. That's cool though. Nice job. You're taking it at 30 hertz? I think 30 hertz is fine. Okay, have a good stream, Ferris. Have an excellent day and stream. Okay, yeah, so where am I calling this again? If you get logged out, if you log out on purpose. Okay, so there really only are two places. So I can do the same kind of thing. Yeah, so I can do the same kind of thing. I can say impl on player logout, player ID, and then just copy it to the other place as well. Here. I will need to know the player's ID. Yes, I do know it. It is here. Okay. Better properties of threading, yeah. So Lua doesn't really have threading built in. It's all single threaded. Can transpile to C for native bins. Yeah, that's a good thing to have. Lower level access to rendering is useful, yeah. All good reasons. Like, Lua is a great prototyping language for sure. But yeah, if you need the performance, I can understand. Or the lower level access, the direct access to things. 3 hours, huh? I got 1 hour to go. I'm already tired. I don't know if I'm going to make it today. Probably going to take today and tomorrow to do this. I should have known that from the start, that if I make a plan that big, it's a 2-day plan at least, not a 1-day plan. Well, okay, let's see. Let's have a unit test that expects something when you log in, when you log out, that it expects that the component is created. We can do that, right? Coordinator. Yeah, for game jams, that's a great idea. Yeah, exactly. Not everything is the right tool, right? Pick the right tool for the right job. Right, okay. Coordinator test, that's where I was trying to find. Gosh, I don't really have a good place to put these tests. Do I bite the bullet and just make a new test fixture for this? I suppose I can. What's one that's light? This one's pretty light. Okay, let's do it. So I'm making a new test fixture, calling it ECS. And let's add it to the make file. Okay, and then rename everything that have to do with the entity component system. Okay, so we'll clean it all out. And there we go. Let's make the first test will be character created on login. And then we'll have character destroyed on logout. Let me make sure that this builds, and then I'll fill in the test. Okay, so for the setup, let me think about this. What I really only care about is that the leader does it. And any of these ways will work. So what's the easiest? Oh, that's log out. I'm not confused. I need log in. Log. Oh, it's in auth where that login happens, isn't it? Yes, here. Oh, it's not. It's not here. It's when. It's when it comes back in. Log in executed, right? Yes. So I need to pretend to execute a login command. Yep, that's all I need. I just need to pretend it's been executed, and I need to have the records for that player existing. So that's what I'm gonna do. Okay. Thanks for stopping by, man in Sweden. See you later. Have a good sleep. Sleep well, my friend. So create on login. So the arrange, we need to yeah, we need to have a player record. So add test user. That might be sufficient. Let me look. Yeah, just added a player record named Alex. So Alex exists. Okay, so that's all we need to do. And then minimum for the coordinator setup is mobilize as leader. And I don't care about the ID. And the act will be to pretend that it got executed. So let me find that. Commands login. We should be doing that in some of these tests. Yes. No, that's the wrong place. Yeah, something like that. Trying to motivate yourself to fire up the stream for some dev too? Oh, for streaming? For me, the best motivation is to set a schedule, but I don't know if that works for you. Just set a time, set an alarm half an hour before or 15 minutes before or whatever, and then just mechanically start the stream at the time you set. I need all the way down to it being executed, so that's not the best place. Let me find another place here. Aha, here's a good one. There we go, mock entry. A login command. It doesn't matter what that's set to, as long as... Oh, actually it does... No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Publish it, and the assert is that there should be commands added to the log when that happens. So let me find a test that checks that. Previous? No. Journal, and yeah, this one. So that's used there, so I can do that'll be incremented by that point. Had a dentist appointment today. Or you go to started hours ago? Yeah, you know what I do for those appointments is I'll just not stream that day and just take the rest of the day as a vacation. You need to time off every once in a while anyway, right? Okay, the assert should be that we get another journal entry, right? So this is really complicated. I want a simpler one. I want something like, no, that's not exactly it either. Yeah, you don't want to burn out. I want to search for that. That's what I want. But I want a simpler example to copy paste from. I kind of want this. Okay, now let's grab that much of it. There should be one more, there should actually be two more commands because we added one ourselves, and then this should add a second one. And that entry, so that entry will be that plus 1. And the entry, we expect to be an ECS entry. That should be ECS command. And I suppose that should be an assert. Trying to burn in instead. I'm not sure what that means, burn in. Oh, instead of burn out? I get it. Yeah, trying to get motivated, right. I don't know. Everyone's motivated by different factors. For me, it's setting a schedule, getting into a routine. That gets me motivated. In fact, I have trouble working on this game stuff when I'm not streaming, because if I'm not streaming, I'm not on camera, schedule, and all that, and so I'm like, I don't really feel like it. Out of the groove, yeah, that sucks. Getting back into the groove is definitely cool. Scheduling also, I think, is what people like to see for Twitch streams, that they know when you're going to be going, so they can kind of like, if it fits into their schedule, they know they can watch you if they want to. I think people like that in general. What do I expect here? Actually, I know what to do. There's going to be a JSON object, isn't it? And then we get to decide what we expect out of this command's action. Okay, so what will be the action in response to logging in? It will be, actually, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to have ECS be an array. And one of the elements of the array, each element will be like something to do. So this will be, keeping it simple. How about let's do T for type add. How about, I don't want to abbreviate it too much. We need to create an entity, right? New entity. Actually, that's all I need. Actually, and then with that entity's ID, we need to we want to attach some components to it, right? So C for components, another array, right? And then each one of those is an object. And let's just again do type. So the type of components, what did I have? Player input position. So we want all of them. Player input. Do I want to abbreviate that though? Don't think so. Actually, let's abbreviate it to input. Or in. I'm trying to abbreviate it because there's going to be a lot of data eventually with these ECS changes. Every time you change the directional key, it's going to generate one of these. So I want to kind of somewhat compress these. For example, you know that Tim is always on 3 to 6? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know how much people do that here on Twitch, like try to pick slots where other people aren't streaming. But definitely the slots that are open for programming are late night US time. So like morning to noon, like European time. It seems to be pretty dead as far as the streamers I know about, but maybe you guys know more than I do. Okay, this input. What do I care about the input? I should just look at what I had in the prototype for the input component, shouldn't I? That was iron glove, backend, components, input. Okay, I had the movement key. Whether or not you released it. Why did I have released? Whether or not you... So this is basically, is it cooled down or not? Oh no, there's a cooldown separate. Yeah, why did I have, what's this for? Why did I have that? Oh, that's to make the move sticky. That after you move, if it knew you released the key already, right, that's so that you don't lose a movement. Okay, so I need that. I basically need all of those. So let's have key for key, null, and then actually let's just call it move. Let's call it moved, and it will be a boolean. That's just true if a movement was done since it was last cleared. And then, why am I looking at that? It's really cooldown, right? And the cooldown is set to what? Set to 0. Okay, so you can move if the cooldown is 0. Right, if it's not 0, it just ticks down. Right, okay. Do the same thing. CD for cooldown, and then it's already cooled down at the beginning. That's it, right? Move this tick? Why do I have that? I guess if you haven't moved and you release the movement key, it doesn't move you? Is that what that's for? Okay, so I think I'll call this is call it move on, move off. So move on will go to true if you hit a movement key. Move off will go to true if you release a movement key. And I'll use the combination of them to know if it should actually clear this move or wait until it actually moves. So that takes the place of this move this tick move released. So move released is really move off. Move this tick is move on. And that's always cleared, right? Yeah, it's always cleared at the end. Wait a minute, no, it's cleared if you move. Is that a bug? Because if you aren't cooled down, it skips it. It doesn't set it back to false again. I think it might be a bug. I'm not going to fix bugs in the prototype, though. All right, anyway, that's the input component. And now let me add another component. Position. So position, no, type position, and then hold on. Did I want to further embed these? I think I did. That way they can be passed directly to the component without stripping off the T part. All right. So the position, it's just X and Y, right? So where are we going to put people when they log in? Do we just always put them in the center? So that's I'll just make the center 0, 0. X, Y is both 0. All right. So that's the position, and then there's the avatar. or let's call, should I call it avatar? What am I? Yeah. The shorthand will be AV, and then the component will be player, and that'll be the player's ID. So that is test user ID. So that's what I expected to do. Did I do that right? I did not. I missed some punctuation somewhere. Oh, I hate it when I miss punctuation. I missed the punctuation somewhere. I just don't see it. Ah, here it is. Oh no, wait a minute. That was that. Let me shorten this to see where the punctuation problem might be. It's in here somewhere. Is it within the first one? Yes. Is it within here? Oh, I think it is that null thing, right? Null pointer. Yeah, there we go. All right. That was the punctuation problem. Actually, it wasn't punctuation. It was just a bad word there. Okay, so that's what I expect when you log in. So log out. A similar thing. So this will be a log out. Right. Doesn't matter. I don't care about the clear token thing. Let me rename this journal entry to be like that ECS. This should be login entry. And this should be log out entry. All right, so we publish it, and then what do we expect is another ECS for just let's have it create and destroy. Create entity, destroy entity. Okay. So it's just, let's just do by entity ID. And it'll just be that test user ID. So logout is just destroy all the components for that entity. You have a feeling that my tests are hard to follow? There's a lot of content in it. Yeah, I'm kind of abbreviating here. And there's some boilerplate stuff like setting up a journal entry and then mocking that it's new, it's been committed and published. It's mocking different pieces of the system that the coordinator talked to. But that's the trigger, is that when a login gets executed, that the coordinator is going to say, oh, okay, I need to create a character now. And so and this is the next complicated part, right? Is that we have to check that another journal entry got added and that it's this type, and then this is what's expected for that action. And I've kind of used shorthand here. What I'm trying to say is we want the entity component system to create an entity with these components, 3 components, an input component, a position component, and an avatar component. And the fields of position, I mean, that's obvious. The input is what movement we're doing, whether or not we just hit it, whether or not we released it, and then a cooldown. And then the avatar is just a player ID. And then for logout, it's similar, only we just shorthand are saying we're going to destroy an entire entity. So, yeah, there's a bit of boilerplate and a bit of encoding that I'm doing. I guess that's the content. I guess I'm kind of weak in setting up these tests, and that they're not so readable. They don't fit in a page. I'm not sure how to get better at that. Okay, so this should fail that it didn't create the entry at all. So here's where I try to make the test pass. In the place that I made that, on player login, first we want to make sure if we're not the cluster leader, we don't want to do anything. So if raft cluster leader is not equal to instance ID, return. So if we are the leader, we can go ahead and append that command. So steal the code from somewhere else. I think I had some of that code lying around here. Well, here's something right here. I guess I could, no, I don't want to use that. Oh, it was that, one of these. It was a logout, right? Profile, right? Profile on logout, on client logged out. No, that wasn't it. Gosh, I don't remember. Ah, here we go. It does some of it. So we want to make some kind of command. It's an ECS command. And then eventually I want to, it was like append, here it is. We want to make, so these 4 lines I need at the end. So that is the ECS entry. The ECS entry holds the command in it. And then we move the entry into the append. And then this is just raft cluster term. There we go. And no impl raft. There we go. V, and V look similar. Could be. That font isn't perfect. I think U and V look very close to each other. Excuse me. All right, so player login, what do I expect? ECS command action equals JSON array. Let's just copy from what the unit test expects. And that is the player ID. And then while we're at it, we can do the log out too. That is destroy entity. Entity is just a player ID. There we go. So this will be the coordinator's part of the job. Then I need to do the executor, and then we should have entities and their components being created when we log in. So I can test that by snapshotting when I'm logged in. And then after that, I can handle the mapping of inputs to changing the movement system, the input component. And then I need to establish the systems for the ECS to actually do the to apply the movement. Okay, and it doesn't work. It didn't do its thing. Why not? Let me yeah, let me step through that. So that should have been on log. No, is it in profile auth on log out executed? Yeah, it should have gone here. So why didn't it? Oh. Did I just forget to call it? I think I just forgot to call it. Yeah, I forgot to call it. Okay, what was it called again? On player log out. Command player ID. I did forget to call it, right? It wasn't that I called it from the wrong place. Oh, shoot. Why did I call it there? Yeah, this won't work. Why did I do it there? Yeah, that's wrong. That is wrong. Oh, wait, no. Hold on. That is right, isn't it? No, I got this screwed up. Shoot. It's got to be from two places, but these aren't the right places. It's got to be when it's executed. The test is correct, so these are all wrong. But like this code is suggesting it could be a logout or it could be announce current player, which is a different thing. It is a current player's message to the leader. So that means that this on logout has to be in two places. It will be wherever that handler is. Let me find out where it is. What's the hash value in the player JSON? That's the hash of your password. Have you written an ECS or used one before? Yeah, I made one in my prototype that I have highlighted here. That's what I've been kind of using as a guide, is this one in Iron Glove. Where'd I go? Where'd I put it? Yeah, this ECS in, that's actually in my GitHub, by the way. If you go to my GitHub and look for Iron Glove backend, then you'll find my prototype ECS. So I've kind of been using that as a guide. So yeah, that. The table for commands should help me find it. It's a server command called current players. It's in the profile system, okay. On current players. Here we go. Oh, so it appends a client report. So that that'll be executed. So on client report executed. Where is that? Subsystem. Why did I put it there? Hmm. Right, so these are the players that were logged out. Right, so it goes here then. It is the player's eye. What's players again? JSON value. So we should interpret that as an integer. Actually, let's just pull it out. Const auto player ID equals int players eye. And I can use it in both places. There we go. All right. Let's see if that fixes it. Oh, who's Naysayer? Naysayer developed the game Braid. So he's a successful game dev, indie game dev. So, yeah. He got successful before Twitch, so his stream is a bit different. But I think a lot of people watch him because he's well known in the industry, making at least one, if not more. I don't know of any other games he wrote other than Braid, but Braid was super popular. Run. Pass. Yes. So our character is destroyed on logout. How about created on login? Yes. Nice. So I should do an end-to-end test of this. Hey there, Anjuli. The Witness. Is that what Naysayer, what John... So his name is John Blow. Pretty sure. So he made Braid and The Witness, I guess. How are you doing, Anjuli? Yep, all my tests are passing. Well, some of them take longer than others. Makes me nervous when I'm sitting there waiting for the results. Oops, I broke one. Ban delegate. Oh, that's weird. Is that test just timing sensitive? What does ban delegate do? Oh, it is timing sensitive. Okay, fine. I'll let it slide. Okay, so we have a character created on login and destroyed on logout. So let me test that end to end. The way I'm going to do it is log in, then take a snapshot and look at the snapshot. So we will restart the cluster, and let me log into the game. Log in. And now let me go to the admin console and snapshot the thing. Make sure I see myself logged in. Yes, I'm logged in. Snapshot. So that we should be able to see the character in the game if I look at the game's journal or game snapshot. And I don't. Oh, because the executor, I didn't do that work yet. Okay, but the old journal should have the command in it. Let me look at that. Yep, there's the command. So the ECS command to create the entities is there. Okay, cool. So the login is followed by the create entity. And then the log out should have a destroy entity. So if I log out now, that should have on the main journal. Yeah, there we go. Destroyed entity 1. Okay. So if I log in again, I'll get entity 2. Let me make sure that works. Oh, wait a minute. No, I won't, because that entity is the wrong number. It's not... Well, I guess it sort of is. It's not the entity, it's the player. Okay, it's not the... That E is the wrong... It's the wrong letter. We're creating an entity for the player, and we have an avatar component that records the player ID. So when I destroy, it's not by the entity ID, it is by the... It's to destroy all... Okay, so this is actually very targeted. It's destroy avatar. Or destroy character, right? Destroy the character matching the player. Alright, so let me fix that in the implementation. Player logout, destroy character, and it's the player's ID. Alright. To make the props relate to their actual type. Oh yeah, is he still working on Jai? So John Blow set out to make a language which would be like, you know how they call things domain-specific languages, DSLs? A language that's finely tuned to a specific domain, and his domain is making games. So he's making a language specifically for game dev. So you can call it a game DSL, and called Jai. I don't know how far he's gotten into it or not. So I don't really watch his stream. Okay, so yeah, I missed the entire executor subsystem. We need to have something that actually executes ECS commands, so let's do that now. We'll call it ECS create entity. Actually, this is very specific, isn't it? We should probably call it create character. And let me capitalize it. Yeah, let's do it that way. Actually, then I don't have to have all this garbage in it, do I? Actually, let me think about this. I think I've been going about this the wrong way, actually. All that the coordinator cares about is to tell the executor to create a character for that player. So, this is what... Hold on. It should result in a create entity, right? Because the executor will... No, hold on. No, this is right. So the coordinator says, I want you to create an entity. The executor doesn't really know what it means. It could care less, right? This will be specific to the avatar type. Okay, I got it. So then this will be destroy. Would this need to be destroy entity then? It would. So that means I have to have an entity in the system to begin with. And this would be an entity ID. So that means I need to remember the player's entity ID, right? Okay, no, I can leave that destroy character and this just be a shorthand. The executor will figure it out, right? I'm so indecisive. Which component in my game server is going to interpret these things? Trying to do something React Redux like thing with a sidebar where you pass in the event context together with a JSON object providing the metadata to load appropriate components and forms. Oh, I see. Interesting. Really, I want there to be balance. So this should be destroy entity. It's just what entity ID do I pass it? I'd have to know which... well, I could look it up, though. Yeah, there's nothing that says I can't look it up. Let's just make this destroy entity. And the entity will be the entity, and we'll just have to find out what the entity's ID is. So that would be look up the player ID. Actually, basically loop through all of the entities and find the entity who's loop through all avatar components and find the avatar whose player IDs matches, right? So it would be impl just ECS. What did I call it? No, I call it components, right? Components. Get components of type, yes. And what does that return? It returns a map. Okay, so it's going to ask for, okay, let's look up all the avatars. And it's going to return a map. So for const auto components entry, because the first one will be the entity ID. If components entry dot second p, the player, interpreted as an integer, equals the player ID, then we found the entity ID, right? So actually, let's just build that into here. Yeah. I'll just put it in here. And then we return early. Okay. So that's components entry first. So that means for the proper test, I actually have to create the entity in the test framework. So let me back up, and I'll do this in a minute. Let me fix this thing up. So destroy entity, create entity. The test will be destroy entity, and this will be e entity. And that means I have to create the entity to begin with. So I guess I'll do that here. Components, create entity. And that's const auto entity. And the only thing that the coordinator needs is the avatar component, right? So components, create component of type AV, the entity. And it doesn't, I don't care what's, oh no, I do care what's in. It has to have a P field with a player ID. That's the only thing I care about here, right? So P is test user ID. There we go. Destroy entity. Oh, this should be capitalized. This stuff is tough for me sometimes. Okay, good. Good. Onto the executor. That means what's in the journal now doesn't make sense, does it? But if I snapshot, okay, let me snapshot now before I forget. Because that snapshot should eliminate all those old entries. Okay, good, they're gone. Create entity, and then we'll have a destroy entity. Test. So now the ECS doesn't care if it was a player or something else, and which is kind of nice and reusable then, right? So create entity is designed to create a bunch of components under a common entity. So the arrangement will be to just make the command like this does, and then publish it. And then assert that that entity exists now. So this will be ECS. Actually, let's call this ECS command, and then call this one ECS entry, and then this one action. Here's where all the magic is, right? All right. So I can abbreviate it. I don't have to have this whole thing. I can have just part of this, right? That has to be there. But oh, that's odd. Oops, I had this backwards. Array of objects, and one object is that. Yes. Okay, Shake Soda, good luck with the stream. I'm glad that you're streaming. Everyone check out Shake Soda's stream at some point to see the game. It was a, what would you call it, a first-person marble run game? It looked cool. Let me abbreviate this. Let's just have one component. We'll call it the foo component, and we will have bar 42. And that's all I'll put in there. So what I assert back should be that I get an entity out, right? So there should be an entity. Actually, I can use the entity component systems tests. ECS, or is it ECS tests? Components tests. Right there. There's like a get all I can leverage, right? Components, get all. So there should be a foo entity. No, a foo component with the entity ID of 1. And it just has bar 42. Yeah, actually, that's exactly what I want. Cool. Why does this not want to compile, though? Well, because this is not a... Yeah, it's a shared pointer, so it needs an arrow. There we go. Hey there, Steampunk Devil. Are you related to Steampunk or the Steampunk Programmer? Am I getting that name right? That name sounds very close to another streamer I know. When viewing other people's streams, does the video ever become stuck on low definition? Stuck? No, but sometimes if they don't have stream options, it'll be stuck at the source. If they have stream options, I usually just put it on 480p and then it just stays there. Did you have it on auto, Rally Monkey? If you have it on auto, it might have detected that your bandwidth was too low and jumped you down to a lower bit rate. Ah, you're not related to Steampunk Programmer, huh? Okay. Yeah, you had it on auto, I see. Well, probably got all smeary. Okay, so this test will fail. Ooh, it crashed. Why would it crash? Let's see in the debugger. It crashed. Why? I don't know why. These, let's remove them all. Aha. It crashed there. Wherever there is. Add metric. What? Why is it crashing there? Impl has been destroyed. The metrics has been destroyed at that point? Is this a teardown problem? Hmm. That's weird, because the metrics should still be fine. I don't know if it stays... It's some kind of algorithm, I'm sure. The metrics is still fine. How did this worker thread crash then? Hold on. Why are we seeing shared copy? Oh, it's under this, that's right. This shared pointer. How come I am not able to see main state there? This is weird. Let me look at shared copy. That's weird. I wonder if the IntelliSense is getting confused because there are two different structures called shared state. That's probably what it is. Oh, I hate it when tools are like that. Okay, obviously it's a null pointer, so the metric's got to be null somehow. Is that because we're tearing it down at the time? It shouldn't have. Hold on. Yeah, why is it? It's tearing down, but it shouldn't have deallocated the executor yet. Weird. In fact, it's waiting for it to do one loop. So what's going on here? Okay, I can't look at that, but it shouldn't have destroyed. Okay. I don't know what's going on. It's something that this test does. What is this test doing? What if we don't do this? I have an inkling of what the idea of what the test might be, what the problem might be. No, it still crashes. Why is it crashing though? None of these other things crash it. Very strange. So the main thread is waiting for the executor to run one loop. This worker thread is sitting there trying to add worker thread loop metric. But the metrics are null. So for some reason. Why would that be? Oh, and we never start. Oh, I know what it is. We never started the executor in the test. I'm just being dumb. We have, yeah. Where was I? This needs to mobilize the executor, otherwise bad things happen. Bad mojo. So let's just do that up front. Okay. I could do that in a common setup, but the problem is some tests need to do stuff before mobilization, so yeah. Alright, that's what I expected. So it didn't actually apply that to the component ECS. So let me do that now. Ah, goodness. ECS. On ECS. Copy this. Actually, let's copy all of it. On ECS. Execute the ECS command by making the requested change to the game's objects. Daughter is sick. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Hope she gets better soon. But they do tend to get sick a lot, you know? That's how they build up their immune system. Can I catch the error state and at least give more a message that would say that sort of hunt in the future? Yes, I can do that. Let me do that. That's a good idea. First, let me clear out this stuff. Yeah, in the end, we're going to return null pointer anyway. So that's minimum. So the thing that was causing it was the teardown was calling a test method called wait for one worker loop. This goes in there and what is it doing exactly? It's waking up the worker. I think the problem is that the worker is started before we're mobilized. Where do we start the thread? If I look for a standard thread, I'd see it. Yeah, so we're starting the worker thread, but it's not yet mobilized. Oh, actually, that's a problem. We really shouldn't start the worker thread until we're mobilized. Oops. Okay. How would I write a test and make sure we don't do that? That needs to be moved to the mobilize. Down here. Because all this stuff needs to be set up before we start our worker thread. Okay. Yeah, what is... I guess we got to look at what side effects does the worker have. Actually, you know, this stuff is safe to do and we haven't mobilized. The thing that's unsafe is what it was doing at the time, right? Which was going to one of these objects like metrics. Right? Because that object isn't set up yet. Yeah, I don't know how to write a test. But let me put the test back the way it was, which was not to mobilize. I should see the crash. And then let me move that to mobilize, and that should fix the crash. Yeah, so it wasn't that it was in an error state, it was that it was actually an error. This needs to be moved. So remove that. I can just make that default then. So pull that out. Actually, if it's defaulted, I don't even need to declare it. Mobilize should do that at the end. Actually, and then we need to make sure that, where is that stopped? Where's worker stopped? Is that in the destructor? Do I have a destructor here? Yeah, that's bad. How did I get away with doing this? It should only do this if worker is joinable. Yeah. No appropriate default constructor. Okay, so I have to have the default? Okay. Let's just undo. Actually, let's redo. Get this code back. Undo until that reappears. Actually, I'll just undo. Grab that, redo. Paste it there. And default it. Okay, what now? Okay, it didn't like the... Okay, I messed up the standard thread. It's not this, it's impl get... And then it should be fine. Alright. Well, that's gonna wait forever, isn't it? Yeah, so I need to fix that. The wait for at least one ought to just if not impl shared worker was it impl worker joinable, just return. Otherwise it's gonna get stuck forever waiting for something that never started. Okay, so that just fails normally. And let me run the other executor test to make sure I didn't screw anything up. Alright. So that was the real fix. And I don't know how to write a test to reproduce it, so I'm just gonna move on. Okay. On ECS. Alright. So the way I'm going to process this is expect the action to be an array. So const auto num actions equals size t. Well, actually, I don't need to imply it. It's command action dot get size. That should be plural, shouldn't it? Not singular. Let me fix that. That should have been plural. I'll probably have missed some spots. We'll let the compiler tell me where. There we go. I missed another one. How could I? Yes, there we go. Do we already have the game logic implemented on the back end? No, not yet. So the game logic is going to be the last part of this today. So I did the end-racing components. The game logic is the systems. So I'm going to be doing 2 bits of game logic today. One is the logic to tell the client what to show on the screen, and the other logic will be taking the input requests, like which key you're holding down, and translate that into character movement. Oh, am I over 4 hours? I want to keep going. I want to get this done. So this will be a longer stream. Because actually, when this is done, actually, I'm not going to get it done because I need to have messages for player input. I have to do the entire rendering system. Yeah, I should try to find a stopping point and finish this tomorrow. Sorry I couldn't get it all done in one day. Hey, Setu, you're back. Welcome back. Let's see how much I can get done today. I'll try to find a good stopping point. Yeah, so this is not the logic. This is just translating instructions to make changes to components. We'll get to the logic soon. I'll do a bit of the logic before I end today. That's what I'll do. And then we'll finish up tomorrow, mostly with the front-end stuff, I think. Where am I? Executor? Right, so for size ti 0, less I is less than num actions, plus plus I. So we'll go off of, why is that squiggly now? I don't know. We'll go off of, I really should have a table for this, shouldn't I? I'll put in a table later. Or should I should I put it in now? How hard would it be to make a table? I've made tables before. Where's another table that I did? There's one table. But it was change profile. I definitely had a table there. Oh, no, I didn't. Was it mod event? Say mod event? I had a table? Yeah, here I did. I had a little table. So let's do the same thing. Let me bookmark this and then return to the last edit and bookmark that. And we'll have a table here. This will be from string to function. And actually it doesn't need to return anything, does it? It's void. And it's given the action, which will be a JSON by constant JSON value, right? Action. We can simplify this quite a bit. And this will be action handlers. And I'll have 2 of them, right? Create entity and destroy entity. I don't have that yet, but in the test, but I'll put a placeholder. No, I won't. I'll leave it the way it is. So on ECS create entity. So what this will do will be whatever the other bookmark does. It gets the type and then looks it up, right? So get the action type. It's the actions. Actually, it's the there's another level here, right? Const auto action equals actions I. So it'll be the action T. I abbreviated it. And that's command actions, isn't it? Okay, and then I don't need to do that. So this is action actually I can just replace this part. Action handlers entry, find action type. If I don't think I need to return an error, do I? Let's just say if it's not the end, then we do it. Which is just a call here, right? Yeah, it's just that. And we just pass it the rest of the actually it's the action's content, right? Actually the content's gonna vary. Yeah, so it's just passing the entire action. Right. You're watching John Blow and he was debugging a bug and it was so crazy. Microsoft Windows bug probably ended up being an unimplemented function from Win32. Oh. Well, that sucks. I don't remember ever running into that, but that would be frustrating. Because let me guess, he thought it was his own bug for a long time, and then he ran out of ideas, and he's like, well, maybe it's a Windows bug. I saw the end of it. Download the VOD now. You can watch his pain. Wow, that's scary. Using an undocumented flag to fix using an unimplemented function. I don't know why I have a bookmark there. Okay, so here's where I had some of these handlers. Let me just copy one of them. Just because I'm lazy. And then here's the action, so let me paste it here. This will be create an entity and its initial components. And so the input will be the action. This is the action describing what to create, and then there's no return value. So, why did I have it static? Oh, that's okay, bug found. How are you doing? I'm streaming late, so you're in luck. Value is just OX0800. Gary? Why do I have these things static? Yeah, I'm overtime today. This should just be action and it's const. Hold on, let me go and look to see what was I doing here that allowed it to be static. Oh, this applies the change directly to the ticket. Got it. So I should have for what my purpose is here, I should have just pass in the entity component system. So this should be components, right? Shared. Hold on, let me think about this. Is it shared? Impl? Hold on, I don't know what context I'm in here. I'm in an anonymous namespace of the executor. So this is what? The shared properties? That would make sense. Yeah, shared properties. And is that where I put the components? I did not. Where did I put the components? I put them here in game state. Game state. Aha. So the game state is in, okay, I got it. So it's game state. Main state, I think I called it. Main state components, yes. I could have probably figured that out from these other commands nearby, right? No, it's game state. Oh, it's passed in. Right, because we might be affecting the clone. There we go. And then this is, I can dereference that. I can say star that, and then just have a reference to the components in this prototype here. Like that. And that's the in-out thing. These, this is the collection of components in the game. To be modified by this handler. Let me make this generic. This is the action describing what to do with the components. I need to make the name the same too on ECS create entity. I'll make that unique for every handler, and this is just boilerplate. It's hot today. Have you ever used standard enable share from this? Yeah, I've used it a couple times. Let me go look at that in a second. Actually, just zeroing that out should make this build, right? This needs to be modified slightly. Yeah, I'll get to it. Just a second. Components. Getting there. How come it doesn't like that, though? Prototype matches. Oh, because that's value. That's void. I need the full compiler error to see what I'm doing wrong. Oh, there's no error? It's just stale. Okay. You can have my cheese. Where are you? I got plenty of cheese in my fridge. Sorry, you forgot your cheese though. That sucks. Okay, so enable shared from this. Minnesota, okay, that might take a while to get to you. So what would be the easiest to show? Okay, this is actually in my GitHub, which if anyone doesn't know, it's here. So it looks like I use enable shared from this in the game class for my backend for the prototype. So the way you declare, it's kind of funny the way you declare it. If this is the class you want to enable shared from this, that has to be the argument you give to the template, and then you derive your class from that template instantiation. So you got it. That's number one. So make sure you get that correct. And then shared from this, I use it this way. The IntelliSense always tells me that there's an error, but its IntelliSense screws up. It just returns a shared pointer, and then you use that I use it to construct a weak pointer. But you can do whatever you want. It's a shared pointer from that point on. So that I'm guessing that's probably what you have. You have something wrong here probably. Because it won't tell you right away if you put the wrong thing here, it won't tell you at compile time, I don't think. You'll get some weird error later. You found your bug? Of course, your name says bug found. So all you have to do is say check mark, and you're essentially saying you found the bug, right? Okay, so I need to actually create the entity here, and using the test as a guide, we're going to look at CS for components. So we're going to create an entity first. So const auto entity equals components dot create entity, and then we're going to loop through the components array. So const auto num components equals action CS Actually, let's say that's the components. Components to add. To add is that get size. Oh, it didn't fix it? I don't know why it screws up. It doesn't screw up on the enable, it screws up on the shared from this. So it doesn't screw up there. It's when it gets down to shared from this. And let's see what it says. No instance of the constructor for weak pointer matches the argument list. The argument type is shared pointer. So that's obviously bogus because there is a constructor for weak pointer that takes a shared pointer. It might be that the underscore ty, it's confused, but it does say in the error message ty equals game impl. So I think it's just some bug in IntelliSense. But yeah, bug found. I'm pretty sure all you need to do is derive your type from the template instantiation where the argument is the name of your type. And that's a trick that is used elsewhere in other Microsoft stuff. Not that this is a Microsoft thing, but Microsoft likes to do that in some of their frameworks. So that should be all you need to do. I don't know why you'd get any kind of error if you're doing that. Yeah, I don't know. You're saying the error has to do with a weak pointer, right? Did you lock the weak pointer? Is it on the shared from this you get a exception? So because when I did the same thing, right? I get a weak pointer, and then I use it to give it to a delegate, and that first thing that it does is it has to lock it and check it for null. So yeah, I don't know. You have to disconstrue. Yeah, I don't know. Weird. Maybe you can reduce it to an example, reproducible example, and then post it on Stack Overflow. If you can't figure it out, that's one thing you could do. All right, so for you assign it directly to a shared pointer, that should be fine. In fact, it'll probably just move it. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, hold on. Depending on how you assign it, if there's an extra reference added and then removed, the object could be destroyed. Are you doing this in your constructor, maybe? Like before the initial reference is held onto, are you getting a reference to this and then releasing it? So you might be running into this problem where the reference count starts at 0, goes to 1, then goes back to 0, and then you were going to put it to 1 later, but it got destroyed. So it's not that. Okay. Well, if I think of anything else, I'll ask. But there were a few ideas of things that it might be, but I'm out of ideas now. Okay, so for every component that I want to add, there's going to be a T field to tell me the type. So we'll first get access to the component to add is components to add I. And then let's just grab the type, interpret as a string the component to adds T field. And then do I want to do another lookup? Actually, I think I want another level of indirection here. Because don't I do that in components tests? Right, I have C. Yeah, I think I want that. Here. Yes. So let me make sure that I got it correct back in the coordinator tests. I did. I just messed up in the executor tests. Okay. So now we're back to parity. Okay, cool. So then this will have a C, and I can actually just tell the components to create component of type component type entity, and then its component to add C. There you go. That should pass my test. Run that. Yay! Let's do destroy entity. Hulk smash. So I shortcut it and then destroy. So I need to shortcut the create by just creating one, right, in the arrange. Actually, technically, the mobilize is part of the arrange too. Oh, you're welcome, Bugpound. I'm sorry I couldn't figure it out. Arrange. Mobilize. And then before that, we're going to create an entity. Copy from somewhere else I did this. Why write it when you can just copy it, right? There we go. And that needs to have an arrow. So we create an entity, add a foo component, which has bar 42 in it. And then it'll be destroy entity. And what it should do is empty the store out when we're done. There we go. So run that test. It's not going to do it. Add it to the table. I'm glad I put the. I'm glad I didn't get lazy and not do the table. Now that I have the table, there's gonna be a lot of things that we'll want the executor to do to the entity component system, and I'll just add a table entry and then add a handler, so it should be pretty clean. So this is destroy. Destroy an entity and all its components. Well, essentially that's what destroying an entity is. Destroying an entity by destroying all of its components. Okay, and then we're given the entity ID, so that is int action E. And then did I make a method of components to do this? What if I did? I'd have to know the different types, wouldn't I? Okay, let's add it there. So backing up one step, components test should have a destroy entity. Let's put it near create entity. So I'll do it the same way. I will arrange to have an entity exist. Actually, this is exactly what I want. With some component in it, and then I say destroy entity, and it should just clear out the store, right? All right, destroy entity. Put it near create. Remove a game object. Destroy all of its components. Oh, I need to have entity. This is the unique identifier of the entity to destroy. All right. Components, destroy entity. I'll just shortcut it and I'll, oh no, it's actually more, not trivial work, so let me, let's comment this out for now. Let me just build it and see the test fails and then make the test pass. Okay, so making the test pass. We have to actually loop through all of the types in the store and search every one for a component with that entity and then remove it. Actually, we can just do an erase for all of them, right? So like this, hold on. So for auto components of type in impl store, we'll do a void components of type second erase. Actually, it's arrows. Is it arrow second? No, it's dot second. Erase entity. And then we'll clear it out. So if this one's empty now, oh, and you can't just erase it with this kind of a loop, can I? So this would be a mistake to do this. You never want to do this kind of a thing inside a for iterator for like that, because it'll screw up the iterator. So let me do it. It'll be a mistake, but then I'll fix it. Right. Technically, it'd be that first. So that's going to be a problem. So instead of doing that kind of a loop, I'll do this loop instead. For auto components of type equals impl store begin. Actually, a better would be to make it a while loop. While components of type is not equal to that end. And then these get turned into arrows. Oops, too many arrows. So erase the entity out of that one. And then if it's empty, then what you do is you use that iterator, but then the result is what you store back into the iterator, and that gives you the next one. Otherwise, you just increment the iterator. So that's safer, because erase returns you the iterator of the next thing after the one that was erased, and then we're not using the iterator pad. We're not using the for with an iterator, which would break if you erase stuff while you're erase what you're looping through. Yay, it works. Back to comp executor. And uncomment that. So actually, I don't even need any of that code. It's just components dot destroy entity. That's actually all I need, isn't it? There we go. Cool. That's end to end then, right? Let me run all my tests. That screw up again. And that happens, I have to hit refresh on that guy. All right, I think it's going to work. So let me stop the server and start it again. And the same thing as before, I'll log in and then snapshot the game state. So logging in. Logged in. Snapshot the game state. And then look at it in the file system. Game snapshot. Oh, look at that. And there are my components in my game. So there is one avatar for player 1. Actually, this isn't correct, is it? Hold on, let me look at this. Oh, this is entity 1, component is player 1. Yeah. This is why I use these abbreviations, so that there's not much data here. Because I expect after a while there'll be hundreds, if not thousands, of components in the game. So yeah, this is basically saying that there is a character in the game with entity 1, and it's for player 1, and then the entity 1 has an input component, and then entity 1 also has a position. So this is the position of my avatar. Right, cool. And then when I log out, it should destroy that entity. So log out, and then snapshot, and then it should be gone. It's gone. Nice. Okay, there we go. My components are correct. My character is created and destroyed at the correct times. I might be approaching a little stopping point, because I think what I'll do is I'll do the systems tomorrow. The systems and then the display in the front end tomorrow. So this was a huge check-in because I added the entity component system, isn't it? No, I added it before. This was the command to change the entity component system. And okay, all the injection to create and destroy a player. Let's check these in separately. Let's do this one first. The command with the executor. Oh no, let's do the destroy entity first. Destroy entity goes with change my surname to Garriott. Pretty much ready to ship. Oh yeah, that is something. I don't know if you've heard this on stream before, but that's something that I might put into the game as sort of a joke or an homage to Ultima Online. Is I might have a way for you to kill my avatar. Otherwise, I'll probably be invulnerable and unaffected by any weapons in the game, just because I need to go around in the game and be creating game content. But it wouldn't it be cool if I hid something in the game that you can actually use to kill my avatar? Components. Yes, that is a test. Where is the code? Oh, here it is. Buried in there. Hey there, Goon Pontoon. How's it going? I am way over time on my stream, but I really wanted to get to a good stopping point here. So I, components, added the destroy entity method. And then let's, you could advance the iterator and erase simultaneously with erase ++. Yeah, but then each time you call erase, it does another lookup. That's the problem with that. I like to use an iterator so that it doesn't do any lookup. It's purely walking through the structure. But you're right, you could do erase I++. In general, yeah. Okay, adding the ECS here. That should go with the makefile change, right? Yeah, this one. That's the test. Where's the main makefile change? Oh, I already put it in there. Right there. Yeah, well, if you're gonna loop through the list anyway, where was that? That was components, right? If you're gonna loop through anyway, and if this is just a general pattern I like to follow. If you're going to loop through anyway, then why search? Because you're going to hit them all. You're going to hit them all anyway. So as you hit them, you decide, are you going to remove it or not? And if you remove it, you do iterator equals erase iterator. If you're not going to remove it, you just increment the iterator. So, but what you're doing is just in a different way. It's just that you would be every time you call erase, if you pass something that's not an iterator, it's going to do a search. And so I'm just eliminating the search basically because I know I'm going to hit all the elements. Oh, the retry loop happened? You only had one tab open? Are you sure? I wonder if it's something like where if the browser keeps the old tab up in the background or something. Weird. I need to solve that somehow. Like one tab should like take priority and the other tab should say, oh, well, you know, some other tab is logged in. I'll just, you know, drop my token or something. Oh, I was doing commits, yes. Add ECS command. Oh, wait a minute. I need to amend it because that goes with it. And then we'll handle the execution next. So we'll handling create and destroy of entities. Like that. Oh, and that's a separate fix, isn't it? Let me check this in separately. That goes in its own hunk along with that and that. That was a fix I don't have a test for. Right, fix bug in executor starting worker too early. I don't have a test for it. Don't hate me because I am too lazy to write that test today. Okay, so this is all about creating and destroying the entities, right? That's the coordinator, so that's separate. Oh shoot. That should have gone with the other commit. That's okay. We'll check it. We'll check that in now. Add unit tests for ECS command. Not terrible that I forgot that, is it? Okay, executor. Handle creating, destroying entities. Implement, really. Implement creating, destroying entities. Okay. This is a new test fixture for character being created on login, destroyed on logout. This is pretty temporary, actually. You happened after you reopened your Chromebook. Did you have a tab on one computer or one competing device and another tab on another device? Maybe they were competing with each other. Because that could be it. You could have like, you could have opened it on mobile and then opened it on a Chromebook, and then those two would be bouncing the login between them. I have an idea how to break the loop. It would be basically if you're logged out because of a special condition where you're logged in elsewhere, it would just drop the token. And then it would be the last one would win then. Okay, yes. We're going to check all these in together. So coordinator. Character avatar. Add character avatars. On login, create an avatar for the character. On logout, destroy the avatar. Too bad we can't see the avatar yet, but that'll probably be tomorrow. Okay, yeah, it was worth a shot. Worth a guess. Okay, let me assess what I need to do. I have this done. Have not done this yet. I did that. I have not done that. So what I have yet to do is the coordinator's got to relay messages from. Actually, it's between. Actually, there's two of them, right? Coordinator also has to append ECS commands to change input components based on player requests. So I need to do both of these. So basically, if you hold down a movement key, we have to append an ECS command to change your input. If then I have to make the two systems, rendering and movement. And in response to the rendering system, I'll have to relay a message to the client to show the graphics on screen. So basically, the render system will tell you what to draw. When you hit an input key, it'll go the other direction appending a command. The command is already there. We just, oh no, it's not. It'll be a bit variation. It'll be we have create and destroy entity. It'll be a change entity, or a change component. It'll be a change component command. We'll have to add that. And then the the movement system has to take, on a regular basis, your movement keys state and translate that into changes in position. So that actually sounds like about another day's work. That, and another thing I wanted to throw in was player avatar selection. Why don't I go ahead and make the plan for tomorrow? Since I know pretty much what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. You'll see me. Usually I do this the night before. I'll just do it now. This is something like Adam does at the beginning of the day. I tend to do it at the night before, and I'll do it now live. We're doing it live. This will be, we establish the ECS, and then let's say get our avatars to move. And then paste source, and then shorten that, and zoom in a bit. Don't have a link yet. Objective is still player controlled avatar, so I know basically what I need to do. I'll delete that part that I've already done. This, I'll probably move that into notes elsewhere. In fact, let me do that now. Let me put names, terminology, initialisms, yeah. We should add one. ECS, entity component system. And then let me add, where's a good place to put this? Probably under here. Let's add it here. Entity component system, and I'll just say that was weird. Yeah, okay, that's the correct bullet points I want. When I did it as a group, it didn't do the bullet points correctly. Okay, so I have that captured for posterity, and I can remove it there. You'll post a screenshot in Discord. Even after you hit cancel, it's still stuck in the loop? Oh no. Oh no. Let me look in the back end to see what's going on. It's not in a loop right now, so you must have broken the loop somehow. Like by hitting refresh or something. Wow. There have been 3,000 and at least 3,089 connections made to the game. I wonder, I bet those loops just make that client ID count up pretty quickly. Yeah, other than that, it doesn't look too bad. All right. So implement systems. And then, okay, so executor needs to add handling of change ECS command, and then relay messages from a render system to clients, and then append ECS. Yeah, so those are the things I need to do. Clear out the notes. And yeah. And then for the front end, two pieces. So handle. Actually, there's three things. Handle render messages by updating sprites in the stage, on the stage. Handle keyboard input by sending requests to the server to change movement, to change player input. And then finally, avatar selection. Actually, that's both front end and back end. That's its own thing. So front end, add an assortment of avatar tiles. I suppose I'll make it a panel. Character panel. Add an assortment of avatar tiles. Let the player see selected avatar. Change it. And in the back end, store players selected avatar. I don't know. Should we do it in the? I think I'll just put it in the ECS for now. That means when you log out your avatar, it won't remember which avatar you picked. I'll just keep it simple for now. So I just need to store the player's selected avatar in ECS, and I guess it's adding it to the input system, right? Or no, it would just be a add choose avatar. Message translated into ECS command. Yeah, okay. That's a good amount of work tomorrow. Hopefully I get through it. I guess this will be bonus. Okay, and updating sprites will be add new sprites, remove old sprites, move changed sprites. And the sprites are going to be looking like this, but I think I'll put a name tag above it or something like that. Okay, I'm almost done, Goon Pontoon. Thanks for the bug report. I will hit you up if I have something to ask you or some updates. Thanks. I'm almost done anyway. That's the plan for tomorrow, and that's a good chunk of work. Today I got pretty far. I was hoping to get it all done, but really, realistically, whenever it goes beyond a page, it's impossible for me to get it done in a day. Before I rate someone, let me go through and see if people created any new accounts. Okay, I have one new account, so let me process that. Okay, that name looks fine. Unmask. Thanks for the follow, Jumper FN. Excuse me. Someone actually opened a ticket. Hey, good job. How can I play this game? We're working to build up the game live on Twitch. Stay tuned. Add open. So I don't know if that person was in the Twitch stream or they just saw it some other way, but just in case they weren't, I put it there. Maybe off stream I'll work on this ticket panel to make it look a little bit nicer. All right, I think I'm done for the day. Let's go raid someone. So if you're still here, let me introduce you to someone else. Excuse me. Well, thank you very much, Shua. Well, it's been a while since I rated Oh Bother. Oh Bother is an interesting streamer. I think it's very entertaining. He is working on motor controllers today, so it's not software at all. It's more maker stuff. Sometimes he's working on robots. Looks like today he's working on a motor controller. So we're gonna go raid him. His stream is unique in that if you subscribe to his channel, your Twitch name gets burned into a wooden panel on the wall with a laser. So interesting guy. Hope you enjoy, and I'll see you tomorrow. Let me hit the button and say I'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific, which is 1700 hours UTC. In the meantime, have a great day. Bye. Where's my bye button? There it is. Bye bye.